You'll hit record and then it'll tell us it's recording.
Tells you.
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. You guys all set? Yeah. Guys, we're starting. So good afternoon for the record, Stephen Welch, chairing the Nantucket Historic District Commission. Before we get our meeting, I'd like to confirm access. Members, stay confirmed when I call your name. Diane is on Zoom. Diane?
Me, here.
And we don't have any staff on Zoom.
No.
I should skip that. Introductory statement. This regular meeting of the Historic District Committee is being commission. It's being conducted pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Act of 2023, which allows public bodies to convene remotely so long as public access to deliberations is reasonably provided. Note that unless required by law, public access does not ensure public participation. This meeting is convened via Zoom, the video and audio recording. It's also broadcast via YouTube on the town YouTube channel. Anything you say or show may be recorded and displayed in the record accordingly. Materials presented at the meeting are linked to the HCC meeting agenda on the town website. Votes will be conducted by roll call. Serving as chair, I'll introduce agenda topics, applicants, and applicants' agents. I may also entertain comments from direct abutters and from members of the general public. To avoid basis for an appeal due to the commission having been prejudiced by matters outside its jurisdiction, speakers shall comment only upon matters of the commission's purview, i.e. the appropriateness of the structure and architectural elements with respect to the act, the HCC Act, and the HCC established rules and regulations in building and in mind. Note that unless called by the chair, your microphone is to be muted. In observance of Robert's rules, to make minute-taking practical, speakers, including commissioners, speak after being recognized by name by the chair. And if sharing comments with other commissioners, do so through the chair, please. With that said, we'll move on to the meeting. I'd like to call this meeting in order. Tuesday, May 2nd, 2023. It's about 4:05. Can I get a motion for the agenda, please? All right, so it'll be Val, Abby, me, Carrie, and Diane. On your motion, Carrie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
Val?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. Okay. All right, we're gonna go on to consent items
Are we going to do, I was going to do a commissioner's comment.
at the end of the event.
Oh, okay.
Let's see, so consents, is there anyone who needs to recuse?
I do.
Okay, so Val. So Connie, you'll sit for Val. Can I get a motion to approve?
Motion to approve.
Okay, Diane, Carrie beat you to it. Carrie on your motion.
Aye.
Diane on the motion.
Aye.
Connie on the motion.
Aye.
Abby on the motion.
Aye.
And on the ninth. So that carries. Consent with conditions. Any recusals?
I'll recuse from that.
Okay, so again, Connie, you'll serve this time for Abby. Motion to approve consent with conditions.
So moved.
So moved.
Okay, so Diane, Val and Carrie got you that time. Val on your motion,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye.
See, it takes a long time for you to hear me. I don't know why.
I promise it's not me.
No, I know it isn't. It's probably
Okay.
my stupid iPad.
Yeah, you're fading in and out a little bit, Diane.
All right, we're gonna move on.
Yeah, that's terrible. I'm sorry.
Okay, well, we'll hear you, hopefully. Old business of April 4th. Number one is 9 Sherburne Way. Then we'll move off to Millbrook.
Mr.
Yeah.
Chairman,
Yep.
the applicant requests to hold till next Tuesday till,
Okay, inform the applicant that this is a withdrawal application. Because we addressed the material nature of the requests of the application on the move demo. So he can withdraw this. No prejudice. Number 2, 5 North Beach Street is a new dwelling. And Ben, welcome to the HTC. Once you see your site plan up there, go ahead and get started.
So last Tuesday, I just want to make sure we have a quorum. Last Tuesday, there was some confusion on who's on the last review. Now Ray's not here, but Connie's on it, Abby's on it, and Diane's on it. So it's 3 fair to play.
Yeah, so what'll happen is I'm not on it. I will, if you want to proceed, Abby will chair. You'll have 3 members, Abby, Diane, and Connie. Or you can wait until Ray's returned, or you could,
So Ray's not showing up tonight.
yeah.
All right, we can go ahead. That's fine. As long as we can go forward with 3, that's fine.
Yeah, yep.
All
So Abby, this
Yep,
one's yours.
go ahead, Ben.
All right, so sorry, this is feeling like it's going in slow motion, but that's the way the agenda these days. So just wanted to kind of reiterate the last time we met, we all kind of agreed that the house design architecturally, we were there. So the plans that are in this packet have not changed. Also, since our last meeting, I've submitted the elevation certificate required for a flood plain location. So that task has been completed. The open item for our review tonight is the color of the building. Last weekend or 2 months ago, when we all met, we had a long discussion. I showed you the precedent on the street for natural trim down North Beach Street. And I also showed you the Cracker Box, which is located on Willard Street, a Victorian era natural trimmed gable forward structure and very similar design to this one, or at least inspiration of this one. And at that time, we were requesting black sash. There was agreement across the board. Holly even started the presentation by saying natural trim would be approvable, but the black sash is not approvable. And she listed the various colors that would be. I've since gone back to look at Cracker Box more carefully. And if we could pull it up, we could look at it, but the picture is in your packet. Yeah, there you go. Cracker Box, again, turn of the century gable forward cottage in Brent Point. Natural trim. Last time we met, Mickey had alluded to the potential that it wasn't always natural trim. I spent some time looking at the building. That trim is pecked out pretty hard with, insect damage and bird damage. It's probably been up there at least the length of our lifetimes. So I don't know what it was prior to that trim that's on there now, but that trim is absolutely not new. The Cracker Box also has, from the street, appears to be a very dark brown sash. But when you go up, well, when you look more closely from a public way, it's actually the storm window that you're looking at. That's the storm is actually a very dark brown brass color. And the sash is actually like a really kind of muted gray color. So tonight we've presented or proposed a change in sash color to a dark bronze Anderson color, and to even more closely mimic the design of Cracker Box. I'm open to your suggestions. I will also throw out there that if the step of dark brown or dark brass is not far enough, we are absolutely open to a different color sash, from sand tone, terratone to even white. We are open to those suggestions. So just throwing it out there.
Thank you, Ben. Maybe because I'm not sure of that bronze, so maybe we'd get a sample so we could all agree on it if that comes to that. Okay, Holly, did you have some?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, as Ben had mentioned, we do have the elevation certificate and the permit as the commission requires. So thank you, Ben, for providing that. As far as the colors go, the Cracker Box is a good example of architecture to follow. I'm glad to hear no black sash. So obviously a muted color would be fine. I think you saw some examples within the neighborhood that white sash or white trim and natural to weather it's all mixed around in that area. So just natural and would be my recommendation. So that's my comments, Madam Chair. Thank you.
Natural trim in the sash.
Or a natural, like the Terratone or something that's a little more, very similar to the Cracker Box. And so that's what they're trying to emulate.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Is there historic structures? He is, okay.
Yes, I am
Mickey?
here. Yep. Hi,
Hi, Mickey.
thank you. And just to cover the beginning, this is Mickey Rowland, and I'm representing the former HSAB advisory group, which includes myself, Angus McLeod, Jason Finger, Lucy Dillon, and Mary Bergman. So on this building, we still feel that painted trim is much more in keeping with the neighborhood and the period style of the building. I know there's some natural trim across the street, but those are kind of contemporary buildings and they look contemporary. It's a little different style. I don't want to debate the age of the trim on the Cracker Box. It's hard to tell how old that actual trim is. But we still feel that painted trim is much more suitable for that neighborhood. And as far as the color goes, no particular comment there. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. Board members. Let's see.
We're all
Right.
on.
Oh, Diane, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. I would suggest perhaps the gray for the trim, and the sash could be a darker or lighter compared to the one we pick up for the trim. I don't think it calls so well for unpainted. I think that would be harder. I'd like to see, I guess, the gray for trim and then the lighter gray for the sash or vice versa.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Connie,
That's it.
thanks, Diane.
And through the chair, what were the
Okay.
colors that you said you would they would consider?
So for the sash color, we've requested, it's called dark bronze. It's a standard Anderson color, but we are open to any, if it wants to match what's across the street, that appears to be a sand tone. That's kind of a lighter sand gray color. There's a Terratone, which is a little darker. Of course, we are open also to a white sash. So, we're requesting dark bronze, but we are open to any suggestion or any recommendation from you guys.
Not too crazy about the dark bronze. I guess I would have to see it to
It's
really
very
get an
similar
idea.
to the picture of the Cracker Box.
Yeah,
It's very dark.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's what I'm looking at. I wouldn't be opposed to the gray, or some shade of that
So sand tone.
sand tone. Yep.
Okay. I would prefer to have the trim painted because, I can't, other than the Cracker Box, I can't think of a Victorian that has natural to weather. But I would prefer the sash to be like a white. At least that would brighten it up. I think it's, sort of natural to weather trim with a bronze is going to look sort of Adam's Family, but maybe that's appropriate for Victorian. What's the pleasure of the board here? Do you want to make a
But I'll make a motion.
okay, all right, what you got, Diane?
I'll make I was going to make a motion for sand tone for the sashes and gray for the trim.
Sorry, sand tone for the sash and what for the trim?
And gray,
Gray
the
for the
darker
trim.
gray for the trim.
Okay. Okay. All right, all those in favor of Diane's motion? Connie?
Aye.
Aye. And Diane on your motion?
I,
And I'm a no, but that passes. So congratulations. You're welcome.
Thank you, Abby. Okay, so let's see. You've got the next one, 253 Nantucket rooftop solar array.
Thank you, Chairman Welch. Tobias Glidden for the applicant from Maxmart Solar. So this project meets the guidelines for the most part from the HDC. It's on the ancillary structure. It's a single-story mass, all black roof. And the board wanted to see some vegetation also included. This was the house, funnily enough, that got hit by that amazing drunk driver, and they made it all the way down from like Nantucket down to Evergreen. Anybody remember that? They drove like the length of the island on 3 wheels. Anyways, so some of the screening got hit. And so it was in the current. It was kind of funny. So the client was informed me of that. We're going to be adding in a couple cypress trees in addition to those that are already there. The site is also set down from the street. The lot is maybe about, I'd say about 5 feet below the grade of the road. So seems very much in line with, you know, other projects we have built along Nantucket Road. So here for answer any questions you have.
Abby, can I ask you a question?
Oh, Stephen, your chair, right?
No, your
No.
turn. This.
Oh, okay, okay,
It's not on it.
Sorry, Abby.
yeah. Yes,
On the front, as you go down Nantucket Road and you're looking back at the house, it doesn't face the street and all that. But is it possible to put some vegetation in between the house? So as you're driving along and you look down the driveway to the building, you're going to see it directly. I was wondering if we could, I don't know how much vegetation was wiped out in the accident, but if we could put some up by the house, it would, at least in one place,
So
break the view up.
Diane, the new application I submitted from last time this was heard, we're adding 3 more evergreens. So really there's kind of 2 spots where you might be able to see the array. If you stay on this picture, or yeah, you can see below. So as you know, the spot you might see it from is coming around the road. Okay, so you can see those evergreens there on the top right, Diane. And so we're proposing to add 2 more in on to the left of those, because there's a little kind of, I don't know, I want to say like a little view hole that you'll see them through. And then on the bottom photo there, you'll see to the left of the driveway, if you're facing the driveway, we're gonna add in another tree as well, because that's really the spot. As you come around that curve, you might potentially be able to see the array. So we're, you know, there is some natural screening, but we're adding some additional as well.
Yeah, if it's probably the photo C will be too wide, or else the photo B is the one that, and if you add those 2 out there, It won't stop the solar panels, but it will make a break. So I think that's good.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks,
that's-
Diane.
You're, okay,
Are you ready?
So I don't have a plan that shows any trees on it or where they're going. Or the driveway, so it's kind of hard to say yay or nay.
There is a picture we did submit. This is a couple.
Oh, the dots. Those are trees.
Those are the trees, but where's the garage?
It's right here. It's not a garage, it's a house and it's right here.
But
It's not there yet.
Damn. Okay.
It's not there. It's new construction.
That's kind of hard to
I
talk
think there
about.
should be one closer to the house and I don't know exactly where because I can't see.
I-
Is the driveway staying exactly the way it is?
Yep, driveway staying the way it is.
And is there gonna be a turn in front of this house or beside this house?
No, the parking, so there's not gonna be any clearing, for in front of the house. There's going to be parking, behind the house. The new house that's being added in. So the driveway is staying pretty much the same.
So I don't know how to show it. I think this is where a tree needs to be. Right here.
That would be right in the middle of the driveway.
That's what I just asked you, and I don't have where the driveway is on here, so,
Oh, if you,
yeah. let's go
maybe
back
if you go to
the-
back to the photo,
Can you layer those together?
No.
yeah, so you can,
This looks significantly different from what's on the assessor's map. All I'm saying is it looks wide open now. And this house is going here. So
Yep.
I think right where that X is, should be a tree.
if you slide over to the photo B, I'm just saying we didn't feel like there was a need for a tree there because of the angle of when you're coming around the corner, you see, you need a tree on the left side of the driveway because that's going to screen it. But once you're there, you're just looking at the side profile of the solar panels.
Okay. Thank you. Connie, what's your thought? What are your thoughts? Oh.
And are these?
Three persons more.
Yeah, I would like to see some kind of something in front of the house also, because you would see it. Because of the
Well,
panels on this side, right?
Let's not do it back and forth. I just want to get Connie's thoughts.
Yeah, I would be in favor of some more vegetation other than those three little dots.
Okay, great. My feeling is that if the whole garage was changed just a little bit to not be,
I think, it's,
wait, let me just finish. I think I would be in favor of it because right now, and you can look right down the driveway and see it on the left-hand side. So if it was slightly askew, you would only see you would obliquely the solar panels.
I'm happy to wait for them to finish putting in the building.
Okay, that might be a really good
it's just,
idea.
it's a lot to ask an applicant to change the placement of a building. There's significant cost associated with that. And we're talking about like,
But
40,
it's
50,
not been built, right?
no, the foundation's dug. They dug it last week. They're not going to redig the foundation.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought that I because it wasn't on the, okay, so I didn't know that.
But
So what I would suggest to make this go a little smoother is one, to have the driveway and the garage or whatever this is. Is it a garage? It's
a
a house on one site plan.
you know what I'm going to do? I'm just going to wait for them to finish building it and come back.
Okay,
Because I
All right.
think then you'll be able to see it.
Yeah.
and then that'll be easier. I just.
I think that's a great idea. And then we can have a site of a view and really see.
Sure. You know, I think
Yeah.
the thing is
Yeah.
like, I felt like it met all your guidelines. And so I was
Yeah.
like, okay, this is pretty straightforward and we're adding in trees.
All right, let's give him a chance.
No,
Okay,
I
all
just
right.
want to say something
Okay.
through you, Madam Chair.
Miss Oliver.
I don't think we're being unreasonable. We're just asking for more information and a more succinct tree placement. If that is given to us, I agree with you. We can approve it.
Okay.
But the way it looks now, it looks wide open, and putting the tree on the left side of the driveway is leaving that whole side of the building exposed, and we're just asking to shift it. So that's a good idea. We'll wait.
Yeah, what's your motion then?
Motion to hold.
For revisions.
For what?
Just a,
review?
just say hold for revisions, then we'll just resubmit
Okay.
one at a time.
Okay, hold for revisions.
Okay, all in favor of Val's motion, Connie,
I,
Diane,
Aye,
Val on your motion?
aye,
And I'm an aye.
Because I don't disagree with you. I think it's
Yeah.
approvable.
I think that's a great idea. Thank you, Joe.
Stephen. So we're on, number one, a new business 411, 32 Lions Lane. Before we get started, I just want to make a general comment to you guys. We're well within, reaching being caught up. We will be doing, 428 new business by the end of the night. I'm going to request that you all stick to concerns with respect to inappropriateness and be succinct so we can move through the agenda and still be effective. Steve, when you see your site plan up, why don't you go ahead and start?
Great, thank you, Mr. Chair. Steve Rothke for the applicant, Kara Rogers at 32 Lions Lane in Tom Nevers East. This project is a proposed secondary dwelling with an attached garage sort of below with a studio above. We took advantage of some pretty significant by Nantucket standards topography that we have out there to try to build this dwelling into the hillside. And that was how I was able to get the garage under sort of concept. The effect of that is that it lowered the overall sort of size and scale of the structure, which is something that we tried hard to do. It's actually a pretty modest dwelling. It's 720 square feet on the ground. And as many of you know, like the smaller buildings in a lot of ways are actually more challenging to design than the larger ones. So we did work hard to find some pretty typical roof lines that we see out in the Tom Nevers area, a 1.5 story mass with a simple gable dormer. By detaching the studio and the garage, again, I was able to break up the scale of what's already a pretty small structure, but to make it more like a collection of small buildings rather than a larger building. We've attached that back with a connected breezeway that's covered by a pergola. I think it's important to note that the building sets back about 127 feet from Lions Lane. As we know, Tom Nevers is sort of heavily scrubbed with a tree line that's generally around 14 feet or so tall. And this does sit uphill from the road. But I think there's going to be minimal visibility to even the second floor of the studio, which in this particular slide views as a 1-story structure from the rear. So I think there'll be no visibility to the garage, minimal visibility to the studio that sits on top of it, and probably much of the first floor. I'm happy to answer any specific questions.
Okay,
It's
thank you.
pardon, just quickly, it's an all natural to weather package, which matches the house that's there. And it does have black window sash and doors.
Okay, thanks, Steve. Questions for the applicant?
I have.
Okay, go ahead, Val.
Do we have pictures of the existing structure?
Absolutely.
They weren't
Maybe
in the
Holly-
packet.
Do you
Okay.
scroll? Are they not in there, Holly? I'm happy to share my hard copy with you, Val.
I'm looking online to see if I can find it. No, from the real estate site. So
Yeah, let's get those moving around.
Okay, any other questions at this point? Go ahead, Carrie.
You obviously are gonna do more retaining walls. And I think it's important that we see them, because you have the one by the stairs, but the whole front of the house will be somehow retained as you're going down the driveway. right?
Is that a question or a comment?
Oh, well, it's a question.
No, I'm
Sorry,
teasing you.
just
I'm
need to
teasing you.
know
In the,
how we're- About that.
in the floor plan view, we started to suggest kind of how I think those walls will work. The elevation at the garage door is down closer to grade, but you're absolutely right that there will be some retaining around what would be sort of the northwest side of that kind of parking turnout. So the grade line that you see in that elevation on the left-hand side is the grade in the backyard, and you can see the grade line in the foreground down at the garage height. But you're right, so that is sloping down there, Carrie, but there definitely would be some retaining along that parking area, similar to what I'm showing on the right-hand side where that staircase kind of cuts in, comes down the slope. There will be some there, yeah, which I think, we're working on our site plan in conjunction with some septic planning, and I think I'll have better topo information to develop that some more. And it's a absolutely valid and fair comment. I don't think any of it will be visible based on the siding of the building, but I'm happy to get that sort of incorporated into the plan.
Mhm.
Okay, any other questions at this point? Okay, who wants to start? Again, concerns, succinct.
I think my concern is for a second dwelling, it's rather big.
Big in terms of height or big in terms of
Big
mass?
in terms of second dwellings
Okay,
compared to the main mass, and so it would be extremely important to make sure it can't be seen. And then, more information on the topography would also help.
okay. Abby?
What is the height of this compared to the main building?
Mr. Chair, through you.
Yep, go ahead.
2710 Abby, and just to be clear, the sort of premise here was to have the existing dwelling read as more like the secondary dwelling, and this read more as a primary dwelling.
That's equally as tall, though. It's 30 feet.
What, Val, can you, through the chair? please?
So, my concern
It's not the
is,
same height either.
Guys.
okay,
okay.
so, I just was, okay, so.
So the concern is that the proportion of one structure to the other?
Yes,
Okay, just.
I was
trying to make
just
sure I
going
understand.
off Val's concern. Because one of them has to be smaller than the other, but if this is going to be the main dwelling now, right? And the other, the secondary?
This composition occupies more in terms of footprint.
Guys,
Sorry.
we're gonna start cutting with the back and forth. If the
So-
concern is the relative proportion of the structures, that's a valid concern, please state it and we can move on to the next concern.
Well, it's hard to talk about it if I don't know, like, is this the main mass? Is this the front door of the main building?
Steve, I believe that was asked and answered, and you said that you would prefer that this be the size of the primary structure and the other be the secondary. Is that correct?
Yes,
Okay,
this is
so
the front
that's
elevation.
been asked and answered.
Okay, all right. My, architecturally, let's see when you're looking at the east elevation, I guess it's on the south elevation, you have an odd sort of 2-foot thing that comes out and starts at the top. And it just doesn't read as, I don't know, what is that, for instance? Is that like a chimney or?
I guess I'm not sure where are we?
We go to the south, you said south there?
Yeah.
It's,
Okay, yes, is that what we're talking about? Yeah, it's a fireplace bump out. That's correct, Abby.
Right, so
I think it's,
this right here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It just looks odd,
Especially from the side, because it's only 2 feet deep and it doesn't read as I'd rather just see a chimney than a sort of a fake bump out. But, and then I'm concerned about the massing and that's all I got. Thank you.
okay, thank you. Diane?
Yeah, I'm trying to get what building is what, the building that we are looking at this moment is 27 feet 10 inches tall.
On
This
one
is the
side,
primary building.
yep, it's 2710 on the downward side of the grade and 2610 on the upward side of the grade.
Okay, and this is going to be the main building. And the other building that we're looking at is the garage at 24/6, right?
Correct.
So, first of all, I don't see any measurement on the two decks of the south elevation on the left-hand side. They look bigger than 8 feet going out. I'm not sure. I think that definitely there should be a chimney there and not whatever is there. It's just messy looking. So if, could I see the, I guess the west elevation? The, I guess that is fairly put together. I don't know with the small force pane over to the left. I don't know what it is, but it might be better to have it centered under the double doors on the second floor. It, there's no windows in that elevation except the little ones, which is probably in the bathroom or over a sink or whatever, but it needs to have a window that works, I think. And I don't know, I'd like to see how the land goes from where the garage is up to the building. Are you going to dig it out? Are you going to make a drop? You can have a wall, but are you going to have a wall? Or are you going to smooth it out with land and plantings where it drops down from the building down to the bottom of the garage? I would like to see how the elevation works there. I'd like to see at least a cross section of the elevation. That's it for now.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Connie? Oh, Carrie, yeah, I'm sorry. No, you're on it. You're on it.
I also am concerned that the buildings won't read as primary and secondary. I have no problem this being the primary, but it doesn't read that way with the existing building. But architecturally, I think the fenestration is a little wacky on the front elevation. And if it's uphill, I would be concerned about seeing it and all the deck on the second floor at the entry. I don't mind it on the back. But I would work on fenestration, retaining, and the double decks on the front of the building. And maybe some photos from the street, or else we'll go out and look. That's it.
Okay, thank you. So, Steve, I think for me, Dexter mentioned, address that shingle wall chimney, including perhaps with respect to visibility. And the upside down, front facade, I presume this is going to be an upside down house.
Yeah.
Maybe some examples of what's in the neighborhood. We'll speak to some of the concerns. And, that's it for me, other than the retainage, which I presume is going to kind of peter out pretty quickly, and because the downhill slope, and I note that it obviously is below grade and below the scrub line. So many potential concerns, or any potential concerns on those types of things will be addressed by a lack of visibility and screening that exists, and perhaps a condition that would stay in perpetuity. Any questions on what we're asking?
No.
Okay. But
Motion to hold for revisions.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye,
Val,
I
Carrie.
I,
aye.
Aye. Okay, great. Thank you.
just.
Thank you.
Val, I'm sorry, is there a question?
It seems as though it's two separate buildings, but maybe it's connected underground, so it's just considered one, that's all. I didn't know if you needed another application.
It's not, and I did check with Plus, with staff and also building to see if this was one HDC and building permit application or two. And I was told it's one.
Really?
Yeah,
Interesting.
because it's connected.
Okay,
And I actually have permitted something else that was connected like this, and it did all go through as one. So that
Yeah.
has been my experience.
So it's one structure. So that
Correct.
dictates whether it's
One
like a
application.
pool spa is, if it's one entity, one unit, one structure, it's one permit. If it's two separate, then it's two.
There's a tunnel underneath.
gotcha.
Okay. Thank you, Steve.
Thank you.
So Connie, you're gonna sit on this one, which is 111 Cliff. Move demo structure. Matt, is that you?
Yes, it is, Mr. Chair.
All right, so when it's up there, run us through it.
So this is an application for a demo / move off. We're hoping to move the structure, but it is from 1960. It's listed as non-contributing. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Thank you.
Okay. Holly?
Oh, those pesky 1989 surveys that say non-contributing. It is contributing, built in 62, because it includes within our part of our significance up through 1975. There is an HGC survey on file circa 1960. It's called Windrush. Obviously, it would be nice to have this moved versus demolished because yes, it's a ranch, but it does, again, contribute to our local character and history. I would also recommend, if the commission is so inclined to approve, I only see photos in the application. It would be nice to have elevation. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
I'm sorry, Holly, could you repeat the last sentence?
There's only photos in the application. There's no elevations, is what you typically see. Thanks.
Thank you. Okay, questions? Concerns? Would like to start. No concerns. So I hear a motion?
I would make one if I could.
No.
I just think I'll go. I think it's a shame we're just getting rid of all these little buildings that look like they're in pretty good condition. It'd be better if it was a move.
I ditto that.
Okay, Connie?
also,
I
Diane?
too.
I too. Of course, we want to see these things reused. It goes without saying. Is there a motion?
Mm,
I'll make a motion.
Oh.
The chair can make a motion. Motion to approve is submitted. On the motion, Abby?
The motion is to approve, so what?
It's a move, demo.
And that means he's going
It's a
to,
dwelling that needs to be advertised under the town bylaw. And the housing authority will have an opportunity to look at it and many other individuals.
Mm.
And it will be in the newspaper.
and you do your very, very best.
Well, I
Oh.
would say that we actually have, through you, Mr. Chair, we do have a very interested party. And we have advertised it and I'm hopeful that we're going to move it, but I don't want to commit to that because those deals fall through quite a bit. I would say that I'm very hopeful it's going to be moved, but
And
Just-
now, I'm sorry to interrupt, but would you be so kind as just to make sure your office puts out a quick blip to the Nantucket Housing Authority? It's not something we can require, but we can request.
sure.
Okay, thank you.
Um,
So that's
so-
discussion on the motion.
If all of that is done, I'm in favor of your motion.
Okay, Val,
Aye.
Diane,
No,
No. Connie?
Hi.
And I'm an aye, so that's a 4-1.
Thank
Thank you,
you.
Matt. Next item is 7 White Street. So Carrie, you'll sit on the next 3. And Matt is still here with us.
I was leaving. I just turned around to leave.
Pardon me?
Nothing. I just went to leave.
Oh.
And then I realized that I have a couple more applications here.
Okay, when it's up, you're ready.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is an application for a new dwelling. It's 7 White Lane. If you look at the site plan survey, the GIS even, or the aerial photograph, I think it's worth just understanding where this property is. It's a highly vegetated area. The existing structure, there's an existing structure on the property, which is going to be a subsequent application that we're going to review tonight for some minor exterior changes. But the structure in question in this structure, the new proposed structure, is about 140, 150 feet from the cul-de-sac. It's not a very highly trafficked, traveled way. If we could go to the first sheet, please. I'm sorry, the site plan. If we could go to the site plan, just to kind of give you context. There you go. That one. Yeah, the site plan. So if you, obviously the image on the left is a GIS map. The image on the right is a satellite image. And if anybody's familiar with the area, I'd suggest going out there because it is very, very heavily vegetated, not a highly traveled way. And the structure, the structures are pretty far back from the road, about 150 feet from the road. And so we would want to maintain that level of screening. Having said that, even if it was visible from the road, I think that the design is still approvable. So with that, we can scroll down to the elevations or site plan.
Go ahead, Matt, when you're there.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I have a question.
One sec, you'll be up first, Al.
Okay.
Sure. So thank you. So if you look at the site plan, you'll see that there's an existing dwelling on the property that's located on the right of the site plan that you see here. And so we're proposing a new dwelling on the left and a garage. They are connected by a breezeway, but just to give you a sense of orientation, the cul-de-sac is on the bottom of the page. And again, the house is about 150 feet from the cul-de-sac. So with that, we could scroll to the elevations.
I think we should review the existing house changes before the new, so we can see how they go together.
Okay, why don't we finish the presentation
Okay.
and then we'll open the other one
Okay,
and then we'll come back to this one. I don't
understood.
want to have to, yeah. So thank you, Bill. Go ahead, Matt.
And I see Val's point, but we'll get to that, to the other structure shortly. So anyways, this is an application for a new dwelling, 2/2 windows, cottage corners. There's a garage that is attached by a breezeway. Tried to create a sense of hierarchy with additive massing. I think to Val's point, the existing structure that's on the property, which is now the secondary dwelling, does have a full second floor plate height. So we thought it was important that this structure have a second floor plate height as well. We integrated a 1-story additive mass to the left side so that there's a sense of the massing stepping down from the portion that quote unquote faces the street. I hate to, I don't like to use it as an excuse in terms of visibility, but I do think the visibility is going to be very, very minimal. But even if it wasn't minimal, I think that the design is still approvable. As the house works its way towards the back of the property, it actually steps down a few times as well. So anyways, I think the drawings are fairly self-explanatory. We did lead off the submission with a few perspectives, from the quote unquote street side, or the parking is what I would say, because there is quite a long driveway to get there. So in the interest of time, Mr. Chair, I look forward to comments from the board.
Okay, thank you. Val, do you have any other questions? Before, I want to get, see if anyone has questions before we move on from this application to the existing dwelling.
No, that was my question, if we could review.
Yeah, no, that's fine. Any questions on this structure or what's?
Yeah, okay, they do have the corner boards on the original structure. And are there corner boards on this.
Yeah, so we're through you, Mr. Chair. Yeah.
Okay.
Matt, please.
Through you, Mr. Chair. So at Abby's point, the existing structure on the property does have corner boards and a different rake and trim detail. This proposed dwelling does not. It has a different rake detail and no corner boards. And so the application that you're going to see shortly does include changing the trim details to match the proposed dwelling and the omission of the corner boards.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Diane, any questions before we move to the existing and modifications to that? Okay, so why don't we?
No, I think,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
no, I don't have any questions because it's
Okay.
clear that isn't any corner board and stuff like that.
Okay, can we pull up the existing with modifications and keep this one somewhere handy? Same thing, Matt, site plan and run us through it.
Okay. So this is the existing structure that's on the property currently. It's a fairly simple massing schematic, if you will. It's a full 2-story plate height, simple gable roof, eave forward. The existing structure, it's obviously got a roof walk. It's not centered. It's a little awkward, but we were proposing to keep it. The front door surround is a fairly ornate solution. That's an existing neoclassical detail that we're proposing to omit, remove a lot of that ornamentation, use a simpler door style, minimize the exterior door trim around that front primary door, and then just do a simple shed entry portico, if you will. On the left side, there is an existing deck. We've converted that to a built-in deck so that we've got at least the cheek of the roof line. So it looks like it's built into the roof, that it was just simply a porch. Again, all the exterior trim details are to match the proposed dwelling. So cottage corners, flying rakes, et cetera, et cetera. The window types are existing. They're 6/6, but those match the proposed dwelling as well. So I do understand that this is an existing dwelling, but it's a fairly small footprint, but it's not overly chopped up or ornate. So we tried to keep it as simple as possible. And so that it was sympathetic to the new proposed. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Matt. Can you answer clarify one item? This is intended to have corner boards, or it's not intended to have corner boards?
It's not. Does it show them?
Showing.
Okay, so that's going to have to be modified.
Yeah, it should not have corner boards.
Other
Apologize.
questions for Matt? Anyone on this? Okay, Val, concerns?
Yeah, I have concerns that we're gonna have two big houses side by side. I'm very appreciative of keeping the structure that's there. I think anything to make it less large, like the new deck proposed and porch on the side, would probably help. I get why you want it, but can they be seen together? Is my question too, from any public way.
Matt?
I could answer that. So I don't think they will be, Val. And I was going to, through you, Mr. Chair, also suggest, Val, do you think a front porch across the entire front, like a farmer's porch, might drop that scale? We can also drop that second deck on the side as well, the depth of it.
I don't know. I didn't ride by it. Maybe that would be helpful. See if you can see.
Okay. Carrie's chomping at the bit here.
Well, since we've seen the other house and this one, I appreciate leaving this as simple as possible. But I want to see more conversation between the two. The roof pitch on the other house is a lot higher than this one, but this building is taller and it's the secondary. There's a roof walk on this one and it's the secondary. I don't remember a time when a secondary dwelling is taller than the primary, and I'm just thinking, you're doing a lot of work on the property. I think we should get it right in terms of secondary, primary, and
Yeah, I'm having the
Doing things so backwards, what this board has done forever, in having a real delineation between primary and secondary. And I wish that you would use this as a primary and create the primary and. And then 25 feet, I think is the max you sort of hit on for a second. But this one's taller than the primary, and it's got a lower pitch roof. So,
Through you, Mr. Chair, could I offer a suggestion?
Yeah, briefly, Matt, I want to keep going.
I mean, I don't, I see what you're saying. I mean, one thing we could do is adjust. I mean, we're dealing with an existing structure. Adding on to it didn't make a whole lot of sense, and we did not want to demolish it. But having said that, I think that we can work on the massing of the proposed to be, more conducive to this. It's a simpler massing. I think they can work together. I would also say that this structure, again, if you get a chance, go to the site if you can, because it's so far back from the road. But having said that, I think that we can address the massing on the new.
Okay. Diane?
Yeah, I either missed or I can't read it. The height of the old building, which is going to be the primary building, the old one. We're supposed to have some pretty good sized drop on between the primary building and the secondary.
Yeah, that's what Carrie mentioned.
It's it needs to be done. You can't have two, particularly on White Street, which is a very sparse street, and the houses are all way back. The 8 you can't see, and 2 is hard to see. It goes back into the yard, so you don't realize how big it was. I was the mailman here every day. I saw them all. And I think that in the old building, you can't drop it because there it is. So I think you have to take that as your primary. And the porch on the second floor is too big. If that's 8 feet, I would be surprised. I think that the front door is too simple. It doesn't fit in with a house that has a roof walk on it, which says it's of sort of a certain age, and that front door does not look that way to me. On the north elevation, I think the 2 windows on the second floor should be big size, and they should be separated. You have a great deal of shingle and very few windows, and it isn't that you're trying to hide the view, because there isn't much you see out there. So for this building, as it stands, that's what I think. It's got a chimney and it's all that way. It just needs to be put together a little bit. Fenestration should be reviewed, and the porch, and get a height.
Yeah, I get it. Thank you, Diane. And Matt, I agree with the comment with respect to the roof walk and the front door. I think overall, with the exception of maybe bringing the depth of the covered porch and the second floor deck in, that this is a net improvement. And I think the little pent roof in the front actually is a great way to incorporate into the vocabulary in a harmonious way, the small window over the front door. That being said, I don't think that this is going to work as designed with what's proposed. I was going to suggest, and a little bird tripped in my ear, the same thing, that, the concept here is perhaps to make this structure, you're on a larger lot. Proximity to the newly proposed comes into my frame of thought, the proximity of the existing to the new. The lot layout and its orientation to the street come to mind. But with all those things in mind, this seems like a barn-like structure. would allow you to accomplish size. The size you have in the existing structure. Barn structures typically have a different roof pitch than a main house. So it answers a few different questions. The fenestration does not, it's, you know, you see barns with this type of a fenestration package. It could
great
lend
idea.
itself to a successful solution along those lines without designing at the table.
Sure.
So I think you have
Great
comments.
feedback.
Okay.
Am I on this?
Oh, I'm sorry, Denton calling you.
You didn't, but
I didn't mean to skip you. Go
No,
ahead.
but I
please.
just echo what people have said. I'd like to see more relationship between the two buildings.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I think that's some great feedback. And I think with the proposed main dwelling, one of the things I'm going to do is go back. It's a little busy. And I think if I could kind of simplify it so that the two structures have a little bit more dialogue. So I think I have enough feedback. And so I'm happy to hold for revisions for both.
You sure you want to hold for both?
Oh, you tell me.
No.
Well, I could, if you want to review the.
You know what? I think that's not a bad idea, Matt. You're going to be bringing back
Both.
modifications to the existing structure. It plays a pivotal role in the presentation and the perception of the proposed structure. So why don't we get a motion to hold both of these items for revisions?
So moved.
So moved.
On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Diane on the motion?
Aye.
Carrie?
Aye.
And Val?
Aye.
And I'm an aye.
I think there's
So that
three
carries
total
unanimously.
because the garage. But-
And garage, you want to address
Track.
now or you want to?
I think it's going to be part of the whole package. So.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll,
Motion to track.
yeah, why don't we have the garage track? On your motion, Abby?
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie, Val, and I. Okay,
Thank you.
Yeah.
all right, we're on to 13 Academy Lane. Fence
What a weather vane.
and hardscape. I'd like to open the hardscape first, I think, Ethan.
Sure.
And then we can look, the fence will be in context, so we can open them both. And it'll be Connie on both. So your board is Val, Abby, myself, Connie, and Diane. That's new business.
No, I know. Just.
It's just up there.
When you see it up on the screen,
Okay, Ethan Griffin, behalf of the applicant. So this property, we previously got approved a shed and some revisions to the main house, which are essentially dormers. This is on a probably little traveled end of Academy Lane. It's technically a dead end. Most people are probably turning right if they're coming this way at all. And there is a fair amount of existing hardscaping that kind of constitutes a concrete driveway and kind of some brick paving that we're proposing to remove and then redistribute. And hopefully there's something that looks a little bit more appropriate to the neighborhood.
okay. Questions? Anyone? I can see everyone previewed these.
Yes, we did. I don't have a question.
Okay. I don't have a question either. Holly, would you like to comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the dimensions of the driveway would, should be shown. So we know that it meets the zoning bylaw requirements. And the the driveway width actually should not change. What's being proposed is actually increasing what's existing, and what's existing should remain is my overall point, but dimensions would be extremely helpful for existing conditions and proposed. There are too many types of hardscape materials being proposed. Existing brick, it would be nice to retain the existing brick. It's more appropriate rather than the bluestone. There's also, I understand there's existing stone patio in the back, but that's actually being removed for bluestone. Cobble and brick is an odd combination for a driveway. I'm not too sure if I've seen that combination before. So I do think that the driveway needs to be reconfigured. And then I had a question on why replace the existing stone patio if it's there, maybe just expand upon it. But overall, I believe bluestone is inappropriate. This is in Wesco Acre lots, this section of town laid out in the 1700s. And I just do believe that too much different type of materials. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Holly. What do we have from any abutters? Okay, any abutters? Okay. Mickey?
Yep.
go
Thanks,
ahead,
Steve.
please.
So currently, as Holly said, there's currently an existing single wide curb cut, and we feel that that should remain at that width. The bluestone patio that they're proposing is definitely going to be visible from the street, and that should be changed to brick or some other more natural colored stone. And that's it. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Mickey. Would like to go concerns.
My concerns are.
I'll go if you like.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead, Diane.
My concerns is the bluestone should remain as brick or some uncolored stone. I think the brick is there, and whatever the stone is, I don't see it written in the back of that patio. I do not think bluestone should be used here. It's across from Academy Hill. It's across from Rogavine's house, which is one of the oldest ones up there. And I think it should follow suit in the material that's used in those two patios. That's it.
Thank you, Diane. Dale?
Well, I actually think the parking area is an improvement over the concrete. But I guess he could narrow the mouth of it a little bit. My bigger concern is the stone patio, because I believe there's a type 2 picket fence going along the street.
There's an existing fence that we'd be continuing and integrating into this, but that's the next application.
So I don't think that that's tall enough to mitigate the introduction of bluestone patio there.
Okay,
So that's my comments.
thank you. Connie,
I have nothing additional to add.
Abby,
I'm concerned about the 2 squares of hardscaping right on the street there because of the historic, the other houses around it are very, old ones. This one is more modern, but 2 squares of, hardscaping like that. I wonder if you couldn't, I understand that there's nothing else on the lot to have like a place to sit is the problem. There's no backyard. You're right on the edge of the hill there. So I don't have any great ideas at the moment, but I understand the problem.
okay, thank you. So my concerns are not with the parking area. Given what's presented here, the existing brick parking in 2 locations bifurcated by existing concrete parking. It's very busy. I think it's a detraction. It's intrusive on the streetscape. I think that the more orderly parking area is more appropriate. I'm not necessarily positive of the dimensions. I think it would be certainly helpful to have that dimensioned, and it should be minimized to the extent possible. I understand the concern about the bluestone, more particularly if it is to replicate what was shown in the images. Given your new layout of your parking, you've got this wonderful inner little area that's towards the house in that interior corner. And I would suggest it's more appropriate to locate the patio there as an extension of the rear existing right side patio that's being expanded. And at the same time, that will allow that to be hidden so that the material is less of a concern. And it will bring back and preserve the kind of semi-public space of the front yard with a picket fence along the street that is really indicative of downtown Nantucket and these areas, is not to have the front yard closed off like in Sconset. So, obviously Sconset's a different animal, don't get me wrong. So those are my comments.
Just through the chair, if I
Yeah.
can just clarify quickly. So just to kind of interpret what you said, potentially if they were going to put someplace with like a dining table and some like an area of bluestone hardscaping or brick, let's say, it would be on the north side of the parking, sort of a continuation of that, and then maybe try to have as much sort of lawn space essentially between the parking and the shed.
Yeah,
That'd be a
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and then you don't have to be closing that area off for privacy, privates for privacy. And that does retain that downtown feeling. Do we want to just jump right into, can you just touch on specifically your fence location?
Sure. So the goal here is to, through whatever means the board deems appropriate, enclose essentially kind of the yard space, both from a security of people kind of wandering in and little kids wandering out. So we're proposing a continuation of the existing fence, turning into and essentially around the driveway. We also talked to the owner about potentially transitioning that to some sort of kind of wire fence that exists in the privet with some arbors or gates. But just kind of, you know, we're interested in the board's opinion. We're flexible, but the goal is to provide some amount of security both inside and outside of the yard space.
Okay, thanks, Ethan. Are there questions on that?
And I'm sorry, and there's some incidental fences in the rear, because obviously not obviously, but there's a pretty huge drop off on the north side to the neighbor's property. It's like an 8-foot drop at the most to about 4 feet with nothing there. And then there's the hillside to the west. And then there's an existing fence separating the Roggeveen property with some kind of rough privet that they'd like to just continue there. So that's the green is sort of the board fence to be continued. The red is just a fence at the edge of the hill and the drop off, but the blue fence, I think, on this drawing is what you're going to be most interested in talking about.
And that'll be a type.
I think it's a type 2 picket. Is that
but
what
it's labeled type 1 as with respect to.
Gotcha.
your
Okay, because the
options.
Roggeveen property has type 2, which is a little bit taller and has the cap. Type 1 is what is there
Is the
now. So
existing.
we just want to use what's
Yeah.
there now, essentially.
I don't see it. I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. through
Yeah.
you.
Val,
I'm looking at the north side photo and I see the little parged like curbing there, but I don't see a fence. So I don't know what we're continuing. Is it a taller fence?
Oh, that's in the rear. In the rear, it's a new fence altogether.
Oh, in the rear.
There's nothing that exists on the north and west side to sort of stop you from tumbling down the hill or over the ledge.
I think Val, Val's looking for clarification on the type 1 existing. And I believe it's on the sheet.
Correct, right there.
There.
Yep.
So they're looking to, they turn the corner, run it down the driveway, run it back around.
Oh.
Yeah, it's not the front one. I was
Oh,
asking
the
about
back.
the back one.
Okay,
There's no real idea of that, but
so Ethan, can you identify specifically what it is other than the description?
For the fence at the rear?
yeah.
Yeah, I think the desire would be to have a natural to weather type 1 picket fence, a simple picket fence. You know, they talked about doing split rail, but I don't think that's going to provide the real sort of security
Okay.
of people falling over.
Hmm.
It's as simple as it could even be a picket fence without the sort of tapered, profile. It's as simple as possible in the rear, natural.
Okay,
weather.
fair enough. Were we doing question session at that point? Or did we get into comments? Holly, do you want to speak on it?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. So obviously the type 1 picket is appropriate as it's existing on the site. My only question was, will the gate be the same height as that proposed fence? So it's consistent. I know sometimes we see a bump out or a bump down. So that was my only comment. I didn't see any description of that.
Oh, flush face, you mean?
Correct.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Okay, understand that.
I do. Yeah. And again, our goal is get kind of feedback from you guys and whatever is most appropriate and accomplishes the security that they're looking for. They're happy with it.
Okay.
I can
Who
go.
would
on
like to
this.
go? Abby, please.
I actually live like, if you rolled down this hill, you'd probably end up in my backyard or side yard. But yeah, 27.
Yeah.
So from Lily Street, looking back up, so if you did a type 2 picket, I would do natural to weather. Because it's, I think, a white picket fence on the back.
On
is
the
gonna look
backside, yes,
weird.
correct. We
Yeah.
want natural to weather on the
Yeah,
back.
I agree with you on that. I think on the front, that if you did that driveway with the white picket fence going around it, I think that would be okay if you offset it by having that instead of doing bluestone, making it just like a simple lawn so that you don't have two hardscapes together.
Okay,
So that's my thoughts.
thank you. Connie, I think, is on this one, right?
Yeah, I agree with the natural to weather in the rear, and yeah, I don't really have anything else with the front. That would be fine.
Okay, Diane?
I'd go with natural to weather in the rear also, because it fits in, it won't be quite so visible from Lily Street. As the white one would be. I don't know that, the privet looks pretty heavy, at least from this submission. It looks like they got a double row of privet on the right-hand side. Is that true?
So I believe the owner is anticipating on planning an additional, so there's a row of privet that's kind of treading the property line between their property and the Roggemean property. I think they'd like to put the board fence up and then put a new row
Yeah.
of privet on their side.
Okay. Anything else, Diane?
On their side? No, I just wanted to check where it was, because it's not so privety up there. It's a little relaxed building area. So that's good. Thank you.
Thank you, Val.
I have nothing else.
Okay, I'm not gonna, the privet, take it or leave it, suggests that you do like a climbing hydrangea vine in there. It's gonna be more appropriate probably for the area, and it's gonna preserve some of that space. I agree with the other comments, in particular, the concept of the fence and the grass. And I think it would be beneficial to inset that gate off the driveway just a little bit, maybe 6 inches. And with the arbor, if that's going to have a gate, the gate be on the inside portion of the arbor, which is to say away from the driveway, to create a sense of space versus just a solid wall of fence, if you will. Do we got a motion?
I was gonna try a motion, but I just what's the consensus about the cobblestone and the brick together? Because we didn't talk about that.
Well, we can go back to that, and I don't have a concern with it. I think it's gonna soften up that brick. It's gonna be, both materials are widely used in the historic district. Those are just my thoughts.
Anybody have an objection? Because I'll make a motion to approve it as submitted with the brick and the stone for the driveway with the white picket going around, and you said something about something being offset.
Yeah, can I interject for just 1 sec? Ethan, you're gonna bring back the hardscape, right?
We can bring back the hardscaping. It sounded like the only thing that we would potentially be looking at changing is relocating that sort of bluestone patio to the north side. And quite honestly, we put the bluestone pattern down for that continued sort of walkway along the east side of the house, but realistically, that's probably going to be more like a
Okay,
loose
so
circular school.
there's 2 options here. One is you can bring back the package. I think it'd be just simpler if he's gonna bring back one, bring them back both. It can go on consent if it's consentable, if it, if one of us sits and looks at it.
Oh, do you want to do it through staff?
Or we can do an exhibit A, because I think we just write it up. These are the modifications, as opposed to trying to list them out.
Yeah,
mind-
if
you
we can
mind
do it
if I-
through staff, that'd be preferable.
Okay, so we'll do an exhibit A for both of them. And Abby, do you mind if I restate it?
Oh, we need dimensions on the site drawing.
Okay, so can we get the application for the drawing sheet for each of these applications for someone to mark up?
And
And-
it would be without the bluestone patio. It'd just be with that going to grass.
Yeah, that's fine. I
relocated?
think maybe we
Yeah.
we could come back to relocate if you wanted.
Well, do you want an approval with a relocation? You can always come back and.
Yeah, we'll take.
You
a look
don't,
at
you don't have to
relocation.
put it
Sure.
in.
Yeah, no, that's fair. Relocation is great. Thank you.
Okay.
So there, you can just write exhibit A on that and then on both of those, and then we'll just recite what they are. Do we not have the drawings?
A small,
Okay, can we get those, please? Who will mark this up? Abby, can you do it?
Yeah, I was gonna just write it here.
Yeah, I think we just, if we do an exhibit A, it's a lot easier for staff because then they redo the drawing and
All right.
when they go out to inspect it, it's all in one place versus on a separate sheet of paper. Yeah. And then, so.
And the picket fences,
So we're gonna,
the driveway is needs dimensions, I guess.
Yeah, on the.
so let's just go through the list. Which one do we have in
This is
front of
the
us?
fence.
The fence. So the fence is gonna have an inset gate on the left side of the driveway.
It's right here.
Yeah. And if there's a gate on the arbor way, it will be at the rear portion of the arbor.
We don't know what that looks like.
What was that?
If there's a gate on the arbor, it goes to the rear. Is there gonna be a gate?
Yes, correct. Yeah.
So it
Do
would
we
be on
have a
the,
picture of the
it'd be on
arbor
this side.
with a picture of the arbor?
Yeah, with a picture of the arbor. And then nothing else changes, so that's exhibit A.
Yeah.
If you, yeah, if you do privet or you do climbing hydrangea, that's landscaping.
what about,
Natural to weather is part of the scope of the application. We don't need to change it. Okay, so that's exhibit A for the fence. And is everybody clear on exhibit A for the fence?
Yeah,
Okay, so let's do exhibit A for the hardscape.
is the,
Go ahead, Diane.
I was just trying to find that we're going to put the fence in the rear as natural to weather, right?
Yeah, that's how it's been applied for.
It's not gonna be,
Yeah, no,
yeah,
that's. not-
okay.
Yeah. Okay, and the hardscape, it is gonna be to relocate the patio into the interior corner on the southern side.
I'm just gonna take it off the. We're not okaying the patio.
Where it is.
I have it over
Yeah.
here.
Oh,
It's being
good.
relocated.
Okay.
Are you saying move it all the way down to here?
Well, no, just this, basically this area could become the patio. As opposed to having this size
Yeah.
patio here, it could be here, it'll be blocked by some plant material
Yeah.
and then you retain the
Right.
yard.
Okay.
Make sense?
Yeah.
And, okay. Other than that, it's dimensions for the driveway and to try and minimize that to the extent possible. Are we good with that?
Yeah, and
And,
it has to conform to the obvious zoning.
yeah. Okay, so that's exhibit A. So on exhibit A's, do we have a motion to approve, 13 Academy Lane fence and 13 Academy Lane hardscape pursuant to exhibit A's? Diane, was that you?
So move,
Okay, Diane, on your motion?
yes,
Okay. Val on Diane's motion?
Aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
I,
And I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously. Okay. Obviously, exhibit A through staff. Exhibit A is through staff. We're on to 5 Lily Street.
So that covered both applications.
Yes.
Yes.
Great. Thank you.
Good to go. Your friendly neighborhood HDC.
Mr. Chairman,
Yeah,
yeah, request to hold till next week.
okay, let me ask, are there any abutters on this? Or did we get any letters?
There's a letter in agreement.
Okay, letter in support. Okay, I just, because if there were interested parties, we would have to click our checkbox for,
Are we at 5 Lily? Is that where we are?
we're holding that. Hold on one second
Oh.
for exhibit A. And this is for exhibit A. Oh, that's an interesting song.
Sound like somebody was
Okay,
getting
Connie,
sick.
these are for you, please. where I scribbled
Okay.
on John Hancock.
So which is Lily's held?
Oh. Here's the exhibit A.
So we're on the 79
All right. yeah,
Hello,
we're on-
everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yep, hold on a moment, Chip. So we're 79. For me? Yep, we're 5 Lily, we're holding for, we're not doing anything on, there's no one to rep. So we're on to old business of 418. And the chair is Abby.
Oh.
Hello, Chip.
Hello, good evening, everyone.
Good
Um,
evening.
Chip Webster on behalf of the applicant for 79 Pocomo Road. And if I can share the screen, I would like to present what we have.
Okay.
Okay, clicking on share screen. And let me know if this came up okay. You should be looking at the site plan.
We got it.
Okay, so as a reminder, what we're looking at is the roof walk for this home at 79 Pocomo. We've been before the board a couple of times. We almost got an approval last time, and I believe we have what we're looking for here. Specifically, let me go to the street side elevation. I'm showing 2 submissions back in this upper left corner. At that meeting, the board felt that the chimneys should be moved all the way out and lowered. There was also discussion of by some members that they still felt like the legs were too long, it was too wide. This was the previous submission. Everyone seemed to like the chimneys. However, still felt that the Widows Walk was too wide. Additionally, Stephen felt that it should lose the skirt. So specifically, also it's natural to weather. So this is our proposal for this week. The chimneys are where they were in the last presentation. They are called out as water struck brick that's not painted. And it's also noted that all components of the Widows Walk are natural to weather. There's a minor addition, the first floor, 2 sections of railing that are added onto this application. So I want to call those out. You can see those on the left and right on the first floor. One of the things I realized Carrie had said a few times was that it was feeling leggy or whatever because of the length. And we basically, what we did was approximately a 12 by 16 Widows Walk, but the long dimension was going east-west, which made it have those longest legs. And so we rotated it so that it's in line with the ridge. So now the 12-foot dimension is east-west and the 16-foot dimension is north-south, which is a more traditional configuration anyhow, running with the ridge. So this is this front elevation. Personally, I feel, I'm about to wrap up, sorry, that with this modification, that it works better with the skirt. So we have 2 options for you. And I'll go back to, this was the request option with no skirt. And then this is our proposed showing with the skirt. I turn over the board for comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Chip. Holly. Mickey?
No,
No.
this isn't Pocomo.
Okay.
I'll go.
No.
I'm glad that you shared the screen because what we have before us is not this at all. So, thank you for the changes, and I think the open group walk is perfect.
Okay.
I'm of the opposite viewpoint. I just think I think the whole roof walk is not great. It's on a gable forward and it's way too leggy to be on a gable.
Sorry, could you speak up? I can't hear.
Sorry, Chip. I
Sorry.
I think the roof walk is too leggy with or without the skirt. I think it's the gable forward that's doing it. If it were an eave forward, it would be completely traditional and work beautifully. But I just think we've gone through this so many times and it's still not working for me, but That's just the roof walk. If you got rid of the roof walk, I think we'd be okay.
Okay, thank you, Carrie. Stephen.
I'll go.
Go ahead, Diane.
Go ahead, Diane.
I agree with Carrie. I think it looks like they forgot to do it. And they just put it up there. It needs this, and I very rarely say this, but it does need the skirt there. I don't know if you had it not painted and whatever, but when you see it in the south elevation, it pulls it together. Otherwise, it looks like it was put up and not finished. So I would go with that. I like the fences on both sides of the building. So that's what my thought is.
Thank you, Diane. Stephen.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, yeah, I had hoped that skirtless would mitigate this too tall because it's on a gable forward effect. And in fact, it just emphasizes everything that's wrong with this roof walk. I would suggest that, no offense, Chip, sincerely, but a compromise on an inappropriate idea is still an inappropriate idea. So I think that this should be denied.
Okay, thank you for that.
Oh, by the way, the railings on the porches, as shown on the first floor, I think are wholly acceptable. And in fact, they help to ground
Yeah.
and better integrate those porches, covered porches.
Yeah, you are correct there. So Chip, if I were to have to choose, I would go with the skirt because I, like Diane, feel that the spindly legs are too, it does look sort of.
It does look.
Yeah, I mean, without the roof walk, that's a heck of a long roof line. And I think the roof walk is actually helping here. And, because, that's just what I think. So, what's the pleasure of the board? I think it's split.
I would make a motion to have the roof walk with the skirt. And I don't know whether you want to have it painted or you want it natural to weather. But I think it holds it together. And I think that's all we would have to vote on. We're accepting the fencing at the porches, so that's what I would do. That's what I
Okay.
would motion.
Let's try it out, see if it,
I'll second for discussion.
okay.
What color are y'all thinking?
I'm thinking painted white.
Oh. Is
I
there like,
know.
Wait, it's just don't rush into it. Well, what do you feel, Diane, on your motion there? What painted or natural to
Color
weather?
What's the
Trim
color
is
of
white.
the second floor gable right there? It's white.
So
I
through
could
the
go with
chair,
either one. I could go with.
it's yeah, the trim is
What?
approved as white. And if I might offer something, I think if the Widow's Walk where the trim was white, but the skirt was natural, that would be a nice combo to help it blend in.
Okay, thank you for that, Chip.
Yeah.
But it's
That's
Diane's motion.
What I was going to say.
Okay, all right, let's try the motion out.
what's the color?
It's trim on the structure members and the skirt is going to be natural to weather. So it's a combo.
Trim white and the balusters and the rails white and the
This,
skirt natural to weather.
yeah,
The skirt is natural to weather.
okay, everybody got it? Okay, let's go.
Yeah.
Val,
No,
Stephen,
No.
Carrie,
no.
I'm a yes. Diane, on your motion?
I'm a yes. I don't know what. what's
Okay,
wrong
that
with what they
failed
would
though.
Like,
Thank you. Thank you for trying.
Yep.
Facetiously, I'll
Just-
motion for invisible paint color.
And an invisible roof walk into. So does anybody want to, any other thoughts? What's your pleasure, Val?
make the whole thing.
Take it off.
Take it off.
Okay. All right, we'll try. Is that your motion?
Yeah.
Okay, Val's motion is to exclude the roof walk through staff. Let's try that. Stephen,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Diane. With no roof walk,
I,
and I'm a no.
yeah, with
but
no roof walking.
what did you say, Diane? Are you
No,
in favor?
I am in favor of taking it off.
Okay, so that passes. Chip. No roof walk. Everything
Okay.
else is okay. Okay.
Can we hold for just a moment? I think there's,
That's through staff.
I think there's pizza.
Oh,
Yeah. So why don't we take a 10-minute
Dinner
break
time.
and then we'll pick up on 9 New Jersey Ave.
Mhm.
Yeah. Okay, guys, break time. Diane, you want a piece of pizza?
All right, good night, everyone. Thank you.
Better than the cracker. Oh. Nobody's here to feed the old lady, don't you know? Oh, it doesn't pick up anyway.
Sweetwater, yeah, Sweetwater at 74 Westchester. Yeah, that was when we had several weeks ago.
I thought it got approved.
No,
Where's 74 Westchester on our?
old business number 2.
Oh, I see, sorry.
Okay.
How did your? More people.
You guys, oh, this is somebody.
All right.
All right, I'll write it.
Go ahead, Steve.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. This was a shed that was detached from the building that was brought up several weeks ago. Based on the assumption that there was no ground cover left, and this was the only location that was allowed. We did go back and we talked to the surveyor, and the surveyor has confirmed through a letter that was sent to the board that this is the only possible location for it. Chloe from Nantucket Surveyors wrote the letter stating because of the wetland location, it cannot go anywhere but in that hatched box. But they did redo the ground cover calculations, and we have enough ground cover to attach it to the house. So we, instead of it being 12 foot in length and 10 foot wide, we reversed it so that it's shorter on the street presence. And it's 10 foot in length and 12 foot in width, and it's now attached to the house.
Thank you, Stephen.
Thank you.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I have no concerns on the revision.
Okay, thank you. Do we have, Mickey, do you have,
We have some quick comments.
okay, take your time. Go ahead.
So our thoughts are that it still blocks the visibility of the front door and the porch. Just a thought that, I don't know if there's looking at that plan now, there's the storage room on the street side of the house in the corner. And then maybe that could be converted to the shed. We just think that you should be able to see the front door and the front porch in this house as you're approaching it, and the shed completely blocks it. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mickey. Stephen, do you have a picture of this attached to the house?
Yes, it's the drawings have been submitted. The storage room that Mr. Rowland was talking about is the mechanical room, so that cannot be turned into a shed because of the mechanical equipment that's there.
Let's see. So we see the gable from the street of this little shed, looking down the driveway?
You're looking at the right-hand lower elevation.
Okay. And this one right here?
Yes.
Is that the north elevation?
Yes, yep. And it's, everything else exists, these French doors, all
Yes.
of that already exists.
Yes.
Okay, does everybody get it? Any questions? Anybody ready to comment?
Well, I'll go if you want.
Okay, thanks, Diane.
The easiest way to see it, I guess, is on the north elevation. And it hooks in. Let's see, I wrote some notes. Hold on a minute. It should go on the north side, right, and the garage. So I don't know. It's not bad. It's not bad. And the proposed north elevation, the bottom right hand elevation right there. Yep. I think the windows match and it ties into the roof. And there's other small side. I don't think I have a problem with it at the moment.
Okay, thank you,
It seems to
Diane.
work out on.
Okay,
Okay,
Oliver,
I appreciate this solution and I think with landscaping, it will be evident where the front door is. And there are houses that have sort of cattywampus front doors, so given where it is, I'm fine with it.
thank you for that. Connie,
I have no issue with this either.
what's that?
I have no issue.
No issue.
No.
Stephen, alternates recused. Okay,
I am an alternate?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, I agree with Val.
okay,
Kitty.
how many people are on this? I guess that's five.
Oliver, Patton, Welch.
Could I just see the site plan for 1 second? Could we scroll down on the screen? I just want to see what I'm gonna be seeing down the driveway. Yeah, I think it obscures the front door even more. Okay, does everybody get it? And do I hear a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
Okay. On Val's motion, Stephen,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane.
hi,
I was in favor of that. And I'm a no, but that passes.
Thank you very much. Have a
Thank you,
good night.
Stephen. I can sign it and put no. I did that. I did that earlier. Thank you, Stephen. New Jersey.
I'm not on either of these.
All right. So Rafe's not here, so I guess I'm Sharon. And two houses, 9 New Jersey and a county. And the shelter 7 in the queue. Okay. And we have them up on the screen. Why don't we go to, can we go to the motion itself? Okay. Thank you. And go to the site plan, please. Jason, can you hear
Here.
us? Okay.
Here, can you hear me?
Yep, when you see the site plan, why don't you start leading us through it, please?
All right. Here we are.
No, he's trying to find it.
Okay.
Up there it is.
All right, this was a hold for revisions. Lots of concerns about the previous design. Mainly we had a second floor mass on the structure and it wasn't well received. So we hit the drawing boards and tried to fit everything within our constrained. We have about 1,500 or 1,600 square feet of ground cover on the property. Non-conforming undersized lot. And there's currently a garage there. So and we had a shed on the original application as well. We had 3 applications. So we've removed the shed, the conforming zoning shed from the plan. And what we decided to do was to modify the garage, which we had already done some modifications to already, to reduce that to a conforming sized structure because they need some storage. In our previous plan, it was going to be habitable space. So this time we said, let's make that our zoning zoning shed. And then that way we can recoup some of the lost second floor living space, which was about 500 square feet we lost on the second floor. So now the structure is shy of 1,600 square feet. The main elevation would be, say, from Rhode Island would be, not Rhode Island, but New Jersey is the west elevation. So that west elevation is the main elevation from New Jersey. And you can see we've tried to maintain the original quirky salted kind of profile. And there was a ward off the back on the north side that we extended with a gable to create living space and brought it into that roof. So we try to maintain this kind of profile, keep the house low. I continued kind of the roof on the, I guess it's the south side to create a peak that it joins with the same roof plane. If you scroll up a little bit on this page, so here's your south elevation. So in the proposed south elevation, a little bump out is still there. And then we basically extended the house to the, would be the east of the old structure. So everything from that bump out to the east is all new. And so the main structure you're looking at is, if you look at the drawing number 1, south elevation, existing / demo, that's still pretty much the left side of our proposed elevation. And so I tried to maintain that original structure there and just built to one direction to the other side. If you go down to the next page, yeah, here's the north elevation existing. You can see where the chimney is on the existing demo plan. That little bump out we turned into a gables to give it headroom, and that's now a bedroom. And then again, everything from that point to the east is new, proposed new construction addition to the old structure, which in this, say, north elevation proposed is on the right side of the page. And if you could just scroll a little further down, right, and there's the existing east elevation. Obviously, you can't really see that with the new additions, but that's profile still there, more or less, like the other side. Quite a different structure than we originally proposed, and I'd like to hear what you have to say.
Okay, thank you, Jason. Are there any questions on the presentation? Go ahead.
I
Abby?
just wanted to know, Jason, is there no chimney in the latest proposal?
You know what? I have a chimney actually in the floor plan, but I actually haven't drawn it through the roof, to be honest. So it might actually be, it's not going to be in that same exact spot. That chimney, by the way, is about to fall over, so it would have to get rebuilt anyways. But is there a floor plan on here? It would be past the
If you could just, is it near the dormers?
You know, I have one drawn in on here, but it would be coming up straight through the ridge of the main mass.
Jason,
Yeah.
give us an elevation to reference, please, and then tell us.
Well, it's not drawn, so I'd have to draw it, but the plan was to have a gas fireplace.
No, just to be clear, tell us where, if you're looking at the front of the house, the north elevation, describe where it would be, please.
The north elevation would be, let me see that elevation, please. Yeah. So it'd be coming up between, so you have the front door, you have the dormer, it'd be coming up between the dormer and the end of the mass of the gable peak, right a little to the right. It's right in about there. Yeah.
Yeah,
that's right.
got it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
On the right of the dormers. Okay.
Yeah.
Any other questions?
No.
Okay. Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So for the record, this is a contributing circa 1938 cottage out in Nantucket. There is an HDC survey on file. Appreciate the site plan showing the existing versus the proposed. Appreciate the changes, specifically retaining the existing roof plane as seen on the west. Greatly appreciate the reduction in scale of the proposal. I will mention that 6/6 windows are character defining for this Nantucket cottage. And I note that the proposal is for 6/1. The south is seen from this. Sorry, I wrote the south is seen from the south. Yeah. And removing the shed bump out removes the character defining element, and introducing a 1-story gable addition is contrary to the simplistic style. So I believe that's the north. Existing is sheds, Now there's proposed gables. The shed dormers, I believe, are not appropriate and should be removed, understanding wanting to have additional light and space. The 3 double French sliding doors on the same elevation is highly inappropriate. The existing chimney should be retained, as noted by Commissioner Camp. I had a question if the north is now the front. I believe the north is what you see when you're driving up New Jersey. Currently, the front cottage door 6 light is appropriate. Thank you. Would rather see shed additions as they are existing elements, not gables. I think I mentioned that. And then on the east, the ganged windows and dormer are also not appropriate, introducing different elements that are not existing to this cottage, but appreciate the changes proposed. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Those are my comments.
Thank you, Holly. I didn't see anything from any abutters. Okay,
What happened?
so your board, Jason, Abby, one sec, please, is, bless you, is myself, Diane, Abby, and Connie. Abby, go ahead.
First of all, I just wanted to say it's too bad we don't have Nantucket because I just miss the old fashioned low Nantucket profile of the original. I think now it doesn't have that Nantucket charm anymore. And I think if you're going to renovate this building, you really have to make the additive massing more evident in that, if that's, more difference between the lows and the highs to give it a more telescoping. So I don't think it's achieved yet. I'm glad you're renovating it. But I think you're not quite there, but those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Abby. Diane? Diane, you're muted. I hope you're not mad at us because you didn't get pizza. Okay.
I think that it has lost its charm of what Nantucket is. I don't know how many buildings in this on New Jersey or Massachusetts or any of those streets down there have got enough water and solidarity to put in basements with stairs coming up from. It is totally not Nantucket. It really is. And it would be such a sad thing to lose what original buildings that we have. The windows, as was mentioned by Holly, that they should be 6/6s. That's what they came. This is not a new building. It's 1930 something or other. It should definitely have the chimney, and it should be where it was existing on the east. You can see it on the east elevation. No, north elevation, you see it the best. The whole charm of this building was the little salt box and how they worked with it. The double gables on the whatever elevation that was, just the north elevation, is inappropriate. And the shed dormer up on the roof. Look at that straight roof. It lost its additive massing to keep the building small and fitting in the area. You're on a feet from being on a beach, and this I don't think has come out as an appropriate display of windows. You got a whole box along the north elevation with windows and the dormer. And the 2 gables. It just it needs some work. I'm
Okay, thank
sorry.
you. Thank you, Diane. Connie?
I think the west elevation still retains a little bit of that nice little cottage charm, but other than that, I appreciate the clients probably want more room, but I agree with what's already been said. I think we need some further revisions perhaps.
Okay, thank you, Connie. So Jason, I think the south, to the extent, the length left to right is a little long without changing that roof line mass. And also the eave, or the soffit line rather. So maybe there's a chance to break that down a little bit height wise. On the west, well, hold on a second. Bear with me. So,
Mhm.
so the left side of that mass is the existing structure, correct? On the south?
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's, if you cover up the where the two French doors in the dormer, you're looking at this, basically the same
That's yeah.
house. Yeah, without the
So-
chimney, but yeah.
So the easy pickings was without having realized that as quickly as I could have, that the overall length is problematic on the south elevation. I would not be inclined to suggest changing the mass of the existing structure, because from the west elevation, I think you retain the profile
Mhm.
it significantly and appropriately. It's just if there's something you could do with that southern
Mhm.
in the middle.
Definitely.
On the northern elevation, I think something, if there's something you can do to mitigate the double gable forward, I think that would be helpful. And, you know, overall, I think this is a net benefit with respect to the original proposal. And I appreciate the fact that you took to heart having a 1.5 story structure that is spread out. This is really what we're looking for. I think your gable forwards on your north, it may be that they need to be, there needs to be a hierarchy. And it's I'll just say one last thing is that it's kind of misgiving. This is a relatively small structure.
Yeah.
But those gables tend to, I think, due to the lack of fenestration, the single window fenestration, they're a focal point and they seem so much larger and without the context. So those would be my comments. So I think we're looking for some revisions, and do you need clarity on anything?
No, I think I think it's we had to compromise a lot getting the structure to 1 story, which I think is a huge, I think it's a much, I like it, the way it sits in the land a lot better than before. I mean, in the context of its surroundings, the neighbor is a two-story structure, two-story structure with a basement. And that's, kind of where we're leaning towards, obviously, at the beginning. But I like where it's going. I understand some of the comments. I think the hard part is we're trying to maximize the living space on 1 floor now. And so the new structure will in fact be larger than the addition will be bigger than the old structure.
Sure,
And I
no,
think
we get it. So
we'll just have to work that out. Yeah.
I'm going to suggest that we get a motion for revisions and to bring supplemental images of the surrounding area.
Okay.
Have them added for the viewing online and at the next meeting. Do we have a motion?
Make a motion
Revisions and image is?
for revision. Yes,
Okay. On your motion, Diane?
aye.
Abby?
Aye.
Connie?
Hi.
And I'm an aye. Jason, do you want to proceed with the garage? I mean, we're here.
Yeah, I think so, because it's kind of hinges on the fact that we're changing it, and the only way to get that ground cover is to change it and put it in the main mass.
Okay.
Main building, main house.
Why don't we pull up the site plan?
Go ahead, Jason.
Okay, so here's the original structure. Our original proposal was to convert it into some habitable, living space. And we had put a dormer on it and it just wasn't well received again. So we're just gonna keep the garage. We're gonna make it a shed. As you notice, the garage has 2/2 windows. So, do we change? I changed them all the same throughout both structures in this revision. We had 2/2s in the previous submission for both the main house and garage. So anyways, so here we're just kind of taking the structure and we're reducing its width so we can make it 200 square feet. And there's already some kind of additive kind of little sheds like for the hot water tank and stuff that we were intending on taking off as anyways. So I think it more or less reads the same. It's just going to be a little smaller.
Okay, great. Questions? Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I actually appreciate the changes that's before you. And now I do understand from what Jason had mentioned, the review of the ground cover of why 5 feet is being proposed out of the structure. But overall, I appreciate the retaining of the character defining features of this existing garage that actually is dates back to the same date as the main dwelling, circa 1938. So it is contributing. And I do notate that the HDC survey on file for the garage notes that 2/2 windows are original to the garage. So just wanted to bring that up for context. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, sounds good. Abby?
For me, I think sometimes when you have, the different windows, it shows the evolution of a building. So I don't mind the 2/2s. Now I understand why you reduced the shed. I'd rather see it not touched and have you get the square footage somewhere else, but because sorry, what is the date of the shed?
38, both the house and the garage.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. I kind of wish that you were taking the square footage from the main house instead of reducing this structure. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Connie?
I don't really have any issues with this structure as is.
Okay. Diane?
The garage, the existing garage is going to remain, but you're going to make it smaller. That's what I understand. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay, then I guess Holly said the original windows were 2/2s. So there's one added window at north garage. I guess if they're originally 2/2s and you want to have that, we would be able to approve the windows as 2/2 no matter what the house has. Garages sometimes was thought to be simpler. So other than that, I don't see any problem except to decide if all the windows stay 6/6s or we get 2/2s. In, I think on the west elevation new, you got 3 windows in the west end. The existing garage west end only has 1. The next one to it is the west garage. I like the 2s, 2 windows. That's next to, it says number 7. The other one, the other garage has 3 windows, and I think that the 2 windows are better. They are simpler on that wall. Okay. So other than that, I don't seem to have a problem with it.
Okay, thank you,
It's your
Diane.
choice on the windows. Okay,
I think that's all of us, right? Except for me. Yeah, I don't have a concern with it, other, there's some of the comments that were made, but I think it's overall, it's appropriate modifications to a small structure and what's our pleasure here, folks?
Yeah, I wouldn't be in favor because I was for keeping it the original size.
Original size.
So maybe somebody else should.
Connie,
Motion to approve as submitted.
okay. On your motion,
Aye.
Diane on the motion,
I guess I'm an aye.
you guess you're an aye. Okay, so I'm gonna take that as an aye. Abby?
I'm a nay.
Abby's a nay and I'm an aye, so that carries 3-1. Okay. So Jason, we'll see you next time with some revisions and images.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay, we are moving on to D5 Low Beach. Two structures, it'll be Carrie. Oh, no, it won't be Carrie. Oh, yeah, she's on it. So, is the applicant's agent here?
Yes, I'm here.
Is that Rich?
I don't know. It's Mike Bard tonight.
Mike?
Yep. How are you?
And Mike, can you state your, it's coming through kind of muddled. Can you restate your last name?
Sure. Yep. Can you hear me? My name is Mike Bard. And I'm representing the architect and the client for 85 Low Beach.
Okay, Mike, it's still a little underwater. Is there something you can do with your mic?
Can you hear me now?
Try that again.
Is this any better?
Yeah, that's better. It's not
Sorry.
super great, but it's better.
Okay.
Okay, so Mike, what we'll do is pull up the site plan and which is in front of you. And why don't you start from there?
Okay. Yeah, I'll be quick with my comments. So you've seen this before. So right now this is the pool house. The comments from last time, mostly just to clean up the facade. There were a few extra little jogs in the front and rear facade, which made the roof have a little extra hip, and we've removed that little jog and just kind of simplified the overall massing of the pool house. It really matches the garage and main house with the front gable and the kind of the shed roof now. So that's really the only change on this. And just as a reminder, it's set in the back of the property. We kept all the existing mature trees around it, so it's not visible from anywhere. And with that, I'll open up to comments.
Okay, great, thanks. Questions? Concerns? Again, it's myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Carrie. Actually, not again. I didn't say that before.
You want us to
Concerns?
comment?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Val?
I appreciate the changes, in eliminating that secondary mass that was there. I think the changes are appropriate. My concern, which wasn't voiced before, was it's rather large for a pool house, but I guess you can't see it.
Okay. Pool house. That's okay. Oh, terrible. What a terrible commissioner. Diane?
I don't have any big bad thought, except perhaps the windows up in the second floor next to the French doors should be smaller. It's hard to see with the things there, that they are they're big for the French doors. I'd like to see them made smaller. And the only other thing I could think of is to separate the windows on, oh, that was the previous one. Now he's done just what I suggested. Good, that's all.
Okay. Connie? Oh, I'm sorry, Carrie is what I meant.
Yeah, I appreciate the changes. I think it, simplified, some of the things that happened earlier. I'm okay with it.
With Carrie and Dale on that, and do we have a motion?
Abby, did you go?
Yeah.
Oh, she did?
You didn't?
No, I didn't go.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
No, it's no worries. I just, yeah, no, I think I don't have anything to add.
Did you want to make a motion?
No, not really.
Okay. Is there a motion?
Make a motion to approve as
Okay,
submitted.
you were first, Carrie, but Diane was out vocalized you. Diane, on your motion.
Aye.
Okay, Carrie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
and I'm an aye, so that carries unanimously. Let's move to the garage, please. With haste.
I'm slowing down.
This is where we got to pick up the pace a little bit. Everybody have a couple little mini Swedish fish. Get a sugar buzz going. They're down there, Val's boarding them.
Here.
The family size.
So I'll be quick again, just like the pool house. We've really just tried to simplify the overall massing of the garage. The comment was mostly just about the roof lines. So we had 4 small hip roofs in the corners, which we've eliminated. And the front hipped overhang has been just changed to a single pitch roof, which matches the adjacent corner of the main house, which was approved at the last meeting. So it's just mimicking the main house a little bit more and simplified. And otherwise, we just try to make an effort to reduce the overall scale and presence on the site. And with that, I'll open it up to you guys.
Okay, great. Thanks, Mike. Concerns?
I have a concern.
Okay, go ahead.
It's not a question though.
That's okay.
Okay.
We're skipping questions.
Okay. The nice rendering of the south is what's having me concerned. It seems as though the garage is taller than the house. And the proportions are
Sure.
wider.
So the
Just wondering if you knew how that played out.
yeah, so it steps down from the main house a foot. I think the rendering is probably just a perspective thing. If you switch to it. Yeah, so I think from the first time we've reduced the overall height by 18 inches, I believe.
Mike, do you happen to know the relative heights?
So this is 24 feet and change, I think it says up there in the corner in the main house is the gable that's adjacent to it is right around the same height, and then it steps up to 28 feet for the main peak.
What,
So it's-
28?
I believe so, yeah. I think it's 28.
Okay,
and change.
yeah, we're not gonna hold you to it, but it's an order of magnitude.
Yeah,
Okay,
it's we stepped down from the main gable of the main house by 18 inches or 2 feet, I believe.
okay. Val, continue, please.
I think it's just for me, it's the proximity to the house and what you're gonna see at the same time, and it seems as though this gable forward is bigger than the main mass's gable forward, so I'm just concerned about how that will read. But overall, they've changed a lot of the funkiness that we had concerns with.
Okay. Let's see,
Although
Carrie.
it seems to me the difference is that you raised the second floor plate somehow on the whole thing. On the proposed, your gable forward, the plate is higher than the eave behind it. But on the original, it seems like
That's
they
it.
were equal. And the first floor on your new proposal seems squat. And the top floor seems too tall, so if the top floor came down, you can see where your plate height is different.
It's deceiving, that's.
From the submission of 11/29/22, that seems like. Yeah, I'm comparing These two.
Well, but is it the plate height or is it the second? Yeah, the second floor height is different. So
She's pointing
Somehow
out.
reversed the heights of the first and second floor. I think it was more successful on the one to the left of it here.
Mike, are you catching that?
It's hard to hear her, but if you could just
Okay,
repeat it.
because Carrie has a habit of talking with her mic off,
And my mouth full.
and her mouth full, but it's an endearing quality. So I'm gonna quickly summarize, Mike. Your previous submission, your second floor height was, well, I thought I was gonna summarize it. Although the ridge height are
Haven't
the
gotten to
same,
speak
it
yet.
appears to, excuse me, Diane, it appears to be shorter due to the relationship of the pent roof and the perhaps the top plate on the first floor. And on your proposed, whatever modifications you've made, make that second floor look taller. And it's Carrie, I think, deems that inappropriate. Is that correct?
Yeah, it just seems top heavy versus
Yeah.
not.
Okay. Let's see, we did Diane next.
I need to have the proposed ones now. All I've got is second submission, 321. I don't, those are what's up.
No, go back down, please. So Diane, here's the south elevations. Let's show the bottom two. So the south elevation, the one
Right.
on the left was previously proposed and the one on the right is the current.
It doesn't help that it's light. either.
Yeah.
It's a crappy drawing.
Yeah.
Okay.
That,
It wasn't.
I don't mind the current one, I guess. It, we still got it at 24 feet, which I appreciate, thank you. Um, I see the south elevation, that's all I've got here is the south elevation. So it doesn't seem bad, the south elevation. So that's what I can give you my opinion on. West elevation, current design,
Diane.
uh,
Yeah, so that's-
it's fine. So anyway, that's it, okay?
Yeah, did you change the pitch? Oh, we changed the
The friends for 2 weeks. I'm still on every.
So-
single thing.
Mike, can you just briefly explain, is the top plate of the first floor changed in the current? Or is it something that relates to the roof pitches or what's going on there?
Of the garage.
Yeah,
So
yeah, I think this pitch is.
the
shallow.
first, no, the plate of the first floor has remained unchanged.
Yeah.
We are
Mike,
trying to get a
I'm
full
sorry,
height.
Mike, I'm sorry, couldn't make out what you were saying. Please
No,
repeat
so
yourself.
the hit or the plate of the first floor has remained unchanged. We're trying to get a full height garage door in the garage there. So there's, a 9-foot slab to bottom of floor clearance. So, and then above that is the second floor, but it was remained unchanged from the first submission.
They're wider.
If we,
Okay, so I guess the question, can we go back to the
yeah.
south elevation?
We did, if you do, the thing we did change from the first one to the second one, so if you look on the left there, that's the original submission. Those windows were actually higher. And the second on the right there, we've lowered all the sills to just try to squish the roof down as far as we can. So there, you can see the ridge difference between the original and on the left and the right is lower now to the 24 feet dimension there.
Doesn't get it.
But the actual the second floor, level is the same
between the
Okay.
two.
So Mike, I think what we're registering as a group is
Mhm.
if you look at the currently proposed south elevation, the gable forward top plate is about the better part of a foot taller than the first submission and the second submission. And I think that the goal there was actually to do the opposite to the extent possible, which was to lower it, or at least keep it even. But instead, that's gotten taller. Or conversely, the other top plate is lowered, which I think is what happened.
Right. The other one's lower.
So you lowered.
So we lowered the,
Was that based upon your programming, or was that based upon a request we made?
I believe, well, the request was just to try to lower as much as we could of the ridge.
Yeah, I think what we're looking to do is do the reverse, is the gable forward be lowered. And the other one could remain where it was.
Okay. Yeah, I don't.
Or be equal.
Okay, yeah, we're happy to do that. I don't see.
Yeah.
There's no reason why we can't do that from a, head height inside or whatever. So we're happy to do that.
Yeah, ladies, get some control. I got you. I think Mike understands now. Mike, do you understand now?
No.
Yeah, I do. Yeah, do you want the
Thanks for the assist there, Mike. I appreciate it. Okay, so I think really what we're looking at is the prior submission is, bear with me a second, Mike, other than the doors on the south elevation, the north, the windows, the west, the windows have been separated. The north, the windows have been separated. And the east, you flip-flop your program, the stairs. So I think what we're looking for, Mike, is basically the fenestration changes that you've made, window placement, garage doors, and the stair flip, but on the prior structure, their second submission. No, I'm sorry, the one that's labeled first submission. Right?
Right, as far as the roof line, the gable goes.
Yeah.
Right.
I mean, but just graphically, if you're
I have
looking
an
at them.
observation too.
Okay, so, Bill,
I think what's hard is the drawings are very difficult to read in the present iteration. And if you zoom in and look really close, I think it's odd how this gable mass is one size, then we have a porch that goes to the wider outside eave part of the building. It's odd.
that's on the east elevation you're talking about.
I'm talking about the south.
Yeah, the south.
Like a dormer, but it's popping out.
No,
So you'd like to pull that,
Gable.
the overhang of that
Wait,
first
bear
floor.
with us.
this
Hold on a second.
overhang goes
Yeah.
to that, and then there's these little strips of. It's just,
So you're saying the gable comes out of the shed roof below?
well, I don't have a floor plan, so I can't.
Yeah,
There's just a lot of jigs and jobs.
Yeah.
yeah.
And the fourth roof is trying to.
Mitigate
solidify
it.
On the ground.
Yeah.
But it's still.
Could we ask for,
Can you make that, Mike, I'm sorry, Abby, can you make that gable forward a shed roof?
The second floor?
Yeah, on the south.
We could.
Because that would be typically you would have an addition with a shed roof tying into the main structure. It would bring the ridge line down. And then we still have then the covered porch portion could come in to basically this is where a shed roof You get rid of this, it comes down. Mike, you can't see this, but I'm just showing the commission. You get rid of this and you just have this, maybe this small tent here.
But how is that gonna be a shed roof with the shed roof in back of it?
Yeah, I think that if we had the shed roof on the first floor that gets pulled into the width of the gable, then I think having the gable above it to match the main house would probably be more appropriate than having like a double shed. So, but we could pull down the gable of the main roof down to be in line with the cross ridge.
Right. Okay, well, before we redesign the whole thing, are we comfortable with addressing the top plates as the issue, or is it more fundamental?
I am.
Okay.
Because all that stuff is being mitigated somewhat by that roof that's sort of wrapping around and rounding it. For me, the main thing is dropping the gable forward plate, so the eave and the
Yeah.
plate
Right.
and the gable forward, they're all equal. Like if you scroll to the left,
No, we get all that. You don't have to do that. We get it.
Just
Drop
for
the,
the-
drop the, yeah, he gets it.
equal plates,
So
yes.
is there, bear
I
with
would
me.
approve that.
I don't, it's just that I think they understand it, they just drew it wrong. And I think if they just
Yeah.
corrected the drawing.
Well, what I'm trying to do is get clarity on where we are so we can determine if we're going to ask for revisions or we're going to motion on this. And I was uncertain if we were redesigning the whole thing or if we were kind of taking some latitude and we didn't necessarily have to. So Carrie, you're thinking top plate is the issue primarily. Val, you're thinking it's more than that, I gather.
Well, yes.
Okay.
From the 3Ds, these drawings, I
Okay.
can't tell.
I get
And
you.
there's no floor. plan.
Abby, you're of the mind that the top plate is the issue.
Yes, and I
Okay.
would hold for revisions.
Okay,
It's
so
like an X.
if it's just that top plate drop, do we,
I would motion to approve by staff to drop that gable forward, which we carry to the other side, back down where it was on the 11/29/22 submission, first submission, keeping the fenestration as it is on this submission. So the only change is a massing change, dropping that plate.
and is the same gable goes all the way through to the south, so both of them would drop, correct? Okay, so to restate that, north and south facing elevations, top plate would drop to match the flanking east and west gable top plates. Diane, well, actually, that's Carrie's motion, so on Carrie's motion, Carrie, Diane,
Are you including me in this application?
yeah, you didn't
I
speak on
didn't
that?
think you were, but I think we.
I'm
No,
sorry, Diane, it's so hard. You're not in the room and you
I
didn't say
didn't speak
anything. I
on-
apologize. If you'd like to make comments.
I know
please do
I'm
now.
not, but I can't. get
Diane, if
there.
you would
I-
like to make comments on the application,
I
please
could
do so
walk,
now.
No, I will go along with fixing the plate.
Okay, thank you. Val,
No,
Abby,
No.
and I. So that carries 3-2.
Does? Wait, who's?
Diane.
Diane, Carrie and I voted yes. You and Val voted no.
Oh.
Okay. Yeah,
You have to draw up the whole thing.
I think we're clear on it. Yeah, yeah. It's the north, yeah, write it down. Yeah, definitely it's going to be a condition of it's through staff and that's
French, just can
the motion and the
you
condition.
take a chunk of it and pass it. to-
Hold on one second. Sorry. So, that's the pool house and the garage. All right, we're on to Matt. Matt, you're the last one before we get caught up in the last 3 years.
That's great.
So rebel.
Congratulations.
Really an interesting observation.
New business board 25.
2-4, we're on 2 and 4 Highland Ave.
Oh, I remember.
Matt, your board is myself, Diane, who we will call on first. Abby, Val, and Carrie.
Okay. So thank you, Mr. Chair. So this is the, you've seen this only 2 times before. It's been probably 3 months at this point. So if you recall, we came in with a longer linear assembly of spaces in terms of how the structure, this dwelling presented itself to the road. You actually asked us to reduce the overall length, which we did dramatically. We cut 20 feet out of it. I think at the last meeting, you had said that while you appreciated the changes, it was heading in the right direction, you wanted it to go further. So we've basically done a total rearrangement of the spaces so that the structure does telescope towards the rear of the property, per the board's suggestions. We've done that. We've obviously got this existing lot line, which is a bit of a challenge to navigate because it is at an angle. And so what we've done is worked really hard to assemble the spaces in a way where it took full advantage of that angle, if you will. And so the house now does completely telescope back towards the rear of the property. Our first sheet shows a comparative elevation analysis that shows our first submission, our second, and our third. If we could scroll down, please. There you go. That's a great shot. So on the top, that is the most current proposal. And as you can see, if you scroll from that, and if we could just show the original submission, obviously the overall length has dramatically reduced, and I think is in line with a lot of the abutting properties, if you will, even though that there is precedent for larger structures. If we could just scroll to the top one more time. So basically, I think that that's what the board had requested, telescoping. It took a while for us to get there. We had to completely reconfigure a lot of the interior, but hopefully this is approvable and addresses your concerns. If we scroll down, we can go through the remaining elevations. We put vegetation also in the site plan. We have engaged a landscape architect, and so they're working on schematics, but clearly along North Star Lane, we'll have some heavy vegetation, although this structure now really would obstruct any visibility of what's happening interior. Obviously, there's some perspectives. So we scroll down. These are just some additional figure ground diagrams. I think that they're probably less relevant, but if anything, they just demonstrate that we have addressed your concerns and changed to a telescoping layout. We can scroll down there. Keep going. These are just houses in the area, which you've seen previously. If we keep going, and then we can just get to the elevations. So again, you can see the floor plan is very linear. You can keep going to the elevations, please. And so that's the facade. Obviously shutters, we did this color elevation. I don't know if it's distracting or helpful or hurtful, but anyways, we did think that shutters would be helpful. We're not married to those. If you felt like they're inappropriate or want us to change some, we can come back for other alternatives. But the big change was just obviously the dramatic change in terms of its layout and its street presence. The remaining elevations, I think, are fairly straightforward. Obviously, the house steps down as it works its way back. The gable, it's a corner lot. So again, if we could just scroll up to that previous sheet, 2.1. We do have that 1-story shed addition, and then we have a story and a half, and then it kind of works its way up there. So I think that the massing is stepping down towards the corner of the property. We can scroll to the next elevations. That's the rear, nothing special. And this is the side that faces the interior of the property. So with that, look forward to comments from the board. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Matt. Let's see. Again, it's myself, Diane, Abby, Val, and Carrie.
I should go first.
And
No, I know.
it's going to be first, if there's any questions for Matt on what's been presented. Diane, any questions for Matt? Okay. Holly?
Nope.
Yep. Did you have any questions for Matt? And if not, we're going to go to Holly and then we'll go from there. Holly, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
And Mickey,
So for the record, of course, this is infill within just the regular part of the historic district. Appreciate the comparisons of the length and of the dwellings in the area. That's extremely helpful. Thank you, Matt. And appreciate the reduction in scale, specifically on the south, or especially on the south. It's more in line with others within the neighborhood. The inclusion of the chimney exposed. I'm curious if there are any way in the area that are like that. And it should be positioned near the roof walk as historically appropriate. I'm curious on what the commission thinks of the roof walk where it's kind of square on the gable end. I think that should be something that's discussed. But obviously roof walks are within the area. The shutters, I appreciate that they're on, bless you, on the main gable forward of the facade. I think that is it's actually very pronounced. And I was just curious on the colors, because I don't think the commission has discussed that yet. With the proposed white sash and gray door and gray shutters, what the commission thinks on that. But those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Appreciate the changes.
Thank you, Holly. Any abutters? Okay, please approach. Give us your name for the minutes and your street address.
Ginny Clark,
Right up to the mic.
Ginny Clark,
There you'll
to
know.
North Cliff Way,
Perfect. Thank you.
and the
Jen.
butter in the back. I just have a quick comment, no professional comments because I'm not qualified, but I appreciate the work that the board has done on this whole application and that Matt has been able to reduce the whole thing in size and scale. And it feels to me like it's much more in keeping with the neighborhood and a house that will be accepted and attractive in the neighborhood for all the abutters, not just myself.
Okay, well, we appreciate your comments. Thanks for sitting
And
through.
thanks for having me show up on Zoom and not say anything the last. Apologize for that.
All right, thanks again. Okay, Mickey?
Yes. So we feel this is a much better approach. We like the narrower facade. Just a few things to, just a few comments. If you could go to the east elevation. The main roof line on the east elevation continues back into the connector piece right there. So, ideally that would step as it leaves the main roof and the connector would step away from the main roof a little bit. The doors all throughout the house are 7 feet 6 inches tall, which is pretty tall for a standard door. That would probably be more appropriate to bring it down to about 7 feet. And the stone chimney, not a problem with the stone chimney per se, but just think you should be careful as to what type of stone and the appearance of that stone, how it comes out. The site plan is the bigger concern. If you could scroll to that neighborhood site plan, please. There, that one down. The green, yeah, there you go. So the concern is that the parking and the garage are in the front yard, basically. The other houses along Highland are much closer to the street. The two proposed houses, this one and the one that's going to be number 6, are set back far enough to provide parking in the front, which really isn't that appropriate. The suggestion might be to pull the houses much closer to the street and put the garage in the back and access it from North Star, if that's possible. Yeah, it would just have a much better street presence to have the small yard in front with a walkway leading to the front door. That's it. Thanks.
Thank you, Vicky. All right. Let's see, who would like to express their concerns? Val Oliver.
I really appreciate the changes, Matt, hugely. My only concern, I think, at this point, which I said prior, is to nix the roof walk. I know there's roof walks in the area, but we just went through this on another house that was a gable forward and it just lends itself to odd proportions and doesn't seem appropriate. But I really like it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Val. Diane. Diane,
My concern is, yes, I'm right here.
okay.
My concern is looking at the site plan of all the houses along that area, this one and 6 and whatever, they seem to be a fair amount of distance away from Highland Avenue, and I was wondering what one thought of bringing the house up closer to the street. I think Mickey mentioned it, and putting the driveway and the garage in the rear instead of having it in front of the house, which we try to avoid. It's 23 feet from Highland Avenue. And they're 24, 27, 28, 31, 36. They don't look that far away, but I guess that they are. I would like to see, we try to avoid having the garage in the front. I appreciate the difference in the house. I think that it is very good and fits in to the area in a nice way. I would like to have a little lawn up in front, which would give the front of the house a presence on Highland Avenue, which I think will be good. So that's my major concern is trying to move the garage and the chimney should, if you're going to keep the roof walk, the chimney should be closer to it than sort of off to the left that way, I think. So that is what I have jotted down. And step the roof in the connector, have it stepped. And that is with a walk up to the front of the house is just nice design. So that's all I have to say now.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Carrie.
I agree about the sighting of the house. I agree about no roof walk on the gable forward. You have some photos of gable forward houses, but they're not this, and they're roof walks that do exist are on the.
Mary, your mic, please.
Sorry.
Just
Good.
leave it on.
She says
Then
stuff.
you'll
she
hear
doesn't
me
want on.
chewing.
But
But so I agree about no roof walk. I agree about the siding. I totally appreciate the reduction. On this, for me, the right side mass is a little too massive. Maybe it's just because there's single windows up, down. There's a lot of wall space and it makes it like trying to be symmetrical, but not at all symmetrical, but it's just a little off for me, but it's not a make or break. I totally appreciate the jigging of the whole thing though, but it should come forward. And the chimney. Yeah, I agree with Mickey about that. I'd be very careful about what kind of stone you're going to do since it's outside. Like to see that.
Okay, sounds good. Matt, appreciate the changes. If this is a new strategy, the beginning's fine, the end is fine, but less middle. Like we'll get to this one. I'm just saying, it's a nice change. I really appreciate it. Substantial modification. It's more in keeping with this particular street, acknowledging that there are homes in the general neighborhood that the other home could lend itself to. I'm less concerned about the sighting on this one as I will be on the next one, because I think that house is really, I mean, it's just the lot next door, but all the homes towards Cliff are closer to the street. Colors, I'd like to have at least a brief discussion on. Doors, I think, it would be, I think it would be appropriate and perhaps even more becoming and address the 7'6" if these had panels on the bottom.
I don't have any issue with that.
And the chimney stone material, I think what were you proposing?
I think it was like a block. I can get a sample for that. And if it's the pleasure of the board, we could just do a brick for now and I could come back with a stone sample if that was helpful.
It might be easier.
Yeah.
And then why don't you touch upon colors?
So it's white trim, the shutters are, I think we're calling them out as gray. I mean, we're kind of open to anything, honestly. I think a darker color like a charcoal would make a lot of sense. So, and I think we're also showing louvered shutters, and I'm thinking if a panel might be better.
And the front door?
Front door.
Match the shutters or
We
no?
would typically just match the shutters, but sometimes owners want to make like a door selection. If I could to Mr. Chair about the the sighting of the structure, it's possible for us to pull the structure forward and we may have even come back for that perhaps, because it's really has a function to do like where the garage lives. So there is a scenario where I could pull the structure forward, move the garage to the right side of the house. The garage is not before you today, but if that was the pleasure of the board, I could pull the house further forward, or we could leave where it is for now.
It might be easier for you, even though we're caught up, to maybe make the changes we've requested. And then if you're going to change the garage location to bring back the house, we'll wrap the whole thing up at the next meeting.
If I could, if that's the case, I was going to see if we could hold 6 Highland, which is the next lot, because if I've got general buy-in from the board about the design of the house, which it sounds like I do, I think that there might be some changes to the other dwelling that I might want to make so that they're sympathetic, and then I could also relocate the house too. So I'm happy to hold for revisions.
I get you. Let me hold you there. Does anyone have any concerns with what Matt just said?
Do you want me to go now? I don't.
I was waiting to see if you would ask. Go ahead, Abby. So sorry.
My,
I need more fish. I'm running out of sugar. I'm sorry.
I agree with what's been said. I have an aversion to like driveways in front of the house.
You're
A
right.
lot of cars, because you've done such a beautiful job on the architecture. We want to see that. And I think that roof, I agree, the roof walk, I think takes away from that nice steep gable.
Unless there's a chimney next to it.
Unless, and you could build it out of Main Street cobbles because,
Yeah, they're going to pave Main Street, right?
yeah.
So we're gonna make.
That's a joke.
I'd like to. I wanted to gloss right over it.
Ah,
The
God.
suggestion would be we get a motion to document the chimney materials. Perhaps reciting the panelized kick panel on the French doors. And I think that was it.
If it's possible, Mr. Chair, can I hold the 6 Highland application till next week?
Yeah, we'll
Track it.
Yeah, we'll close this one and then we'll do that one.
Okay.
So is there a motion to that effect?
So moved.
I make a motion.
Okay, so Diane made that motion. So again, it's potential reciting, which is strongly preferred to bring it forward. Chimney materials and the French doors to have a panel. Colors, I think, did anyone have any aversions on?
I like the gray going to charcoal gray. I think it's handsome,
Okay,
but that's.
no concerns otherwise. Okay, so that's the motion, Diane's motion. Diane, on your motion,
Aye.
Abby,
Sorry, what is the motion?
you're totally gonna agree with that.
I am?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
For
Oh,
revisions, it's
okay,
revisions.
yes, I'm in favor.
Val,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Did I miss anyone?
Oh,
Okay.
sorry.
Can we get a motion for the number 6 Highland to track
So moved.
I was just gonna hold it till next week if I
Yeah,
could,
just hold it till next week. And on your motion, Abby,
I,
Val,
I,
Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Hi.
and I'm an I.
Thank you very much.
And without much fanfare, I'd like to announce that the HCC is officially caught up. We are on 4/25/23 new business.
and I'm representing this for Ethan. He's stuck on mine.
I'd like to thank you all for helping with our best practices. For me?
Have to find
I didn't hear you.
my phone. Do you guys have a little-
yeah, came out in stars.
It came out in stars.
Oh, that would be cool.
When we first did it.
My first did it. So talented. Okay, Val, when you're ready. Well, wait a minute. 14 Hussey.
Yeah,
Okay.
I believe
Yeah.
it's a door and a window change. On the north elevation, he's asking to change a small 4-light to a 9-light door.
Can we go to the elevations, please? Take it out one click so we can get the top. Okay.
So that's on the north. Nothing's changing on the west. And then it looks like nothing's changing on the south, and on the east, he's asking to do the reverse, take that door out and put in a window.
Okay, are there any questions?
Window.
Holly?
Thank you,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair. Just for the record, this is a circa sorry, no, it's not. The main house on the lot is a circa 1795 structure by a cabinet maker, Cornelius Allen. The garage that's before you is a 2003 designed by Mickey Rowland. I have no concerns with the changes, and I apologize that I didn't get this on consent. So
Okay, no apologies necessary. Just don't do it again. Just Stephen. Okay, would like to go.
So could I have a clarification on that? You say, you
I'll
said,
go.
Diane? Okay.
I have no problem with it.
Abby
No
needs,
problem.
okay, thank you, Abby.
you said you changed a window from something to a 9. What was it before?
9-light door.
9, oh. What, do we see the, that elevation, there's one split second,
Existing proposed.
or the,
And the other elevation.
I meant the,
Go up,
That one.
yeah, what happened on this?
And then,
proposed existing. 4-light to a 9-light.
Oh, to the door, okay, gotcha, okay.
Would you like to have a really long discussion about this?
Well, no, I'm just mulling it over.
Okay. 3, 2, 1. You good?
Good.
Okay. Does anyone else have any concerns, or can we have a motion, please?
Motion to approve.
As submitted.
I submitted.
Okay, on Carrie's motion. Carrie,
I,
Connie,
I,
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
I,
and I'm an I.
thank you.
Sorry, I didn't identify your board beforehand. Connie is sitting for Val. And Carrie is sitting for Ray. Okay, we're on to 81 Vestal. Pergola.
good job.
Mr. Chair,
the-
I don't see.
Oh, really? Can someone email Robbie? Because we're like,
I thought Robbie was here.
No,
This is Mark.
yeah, this is Mark's
oh, yeah,
81
sorry.
vessel. Yeah, I don't see him in the queue.
Can we reach out to him? And we'll move on to 6 Sandpiper. If we could have the site plan pulled up, please. These Swedish fish are so good.
I know, they're addictive. Scary.
Mostly the chewy part that's so awesome.
Yeah, they're not too sweet. They're not too sweet. Robbie,
Yes.
good evening.
Hi. How was everyone?
Better with sweeter.
I'm tired.
Yeah, how could you go wrong?
All right, do we have a site plan?
Is that Val's? Oh, no.
No. It's the one with the locust. All right.
Sandpiper is in Richmond.
No, it's in Tom Never someplace.
Just testing you.
Yeah. And I have to admit, I don't know where it is.
Okay, and neither do we because there isn't a locust.
I'm just a body here.
I gotcha.
Okay.
Okay. Why don't you just explain to us what you got?
Well, this is done by an architect up in Marblehead. And they've just asked me to bring this in for review and comment. They're just expanding it. I think it's about 1,000 square foot footprint. The existing is on the top. The proposed is directly beneath each corresponding elevation.
Okay, bear with me 1 second.
Sure.
Esme, would you mind zooming into the top two? And then we'll do each elevation.
Oh, no, it's left to right. I'm sorry.
Yeah, left to right,
Yep.
top two,
Yep.
then the next one, then the next one.
Yep.
Wow. Amazing.
All right, you'll get there. Just one click out. One more. And then center it. Ta-da, okay. So Robbie, the top left is existing and the top right is proposed, both northeast.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Next one, proposed west, existing west, proposed west.
Yes.
Next
Yes.
down is gonna be next set down
East probably.
or southwest, existing and proposed.
Yeah.
Existing east, proposed east. Okay. No pictures?
Yeah, there are pictures if you scroll down, or there was one on the cover sheet, I think.
Okay, let's take a look. Okay. And zoom out just a little bit if you would. Wow.
Yeah.
I've seen that historic double gable, but I haven't seen it much here. Okay. Is there anything you want to add at this point?
No, I don't have anything to add.
Okay.
No.
Do we have questions for Robbie representing someone else? Questions?
Is this Sandpiper Way east or west?
Oh, my goodness.
Clarify where it is.
We can't hear what you're saying.
Yeah, can we pull up the? Diane, we're just trying to get the locus, so we're pulling that up on the screen now.
I think it's 6 Sandpiper East.
Yeah, I think there's a Blackwell site plan in there, Val. There isn't?
Okay.
I don't see any site plan.
Yeah. Okay,
I think it's east.
so, with all that out of the way. Can we go back to the elevations, please? We'll start at the top and, express concerns, and when they get to a certain volume and it's being repetitive, can we just say that and make a motion for revisions?
Yes.
Okay, Val, you want to start?
I think that adding a gable flush with this existing gable is very unusual. Additionally, the dormer on the southwest is very tall because of the steep pitch. So for me, it's mostly the massing. It's not broken down in any way that would have ever sort of evolved. if the west is one big plane. And I don't, yeah, that's my overarching concerns.
Okay. Abby?
Sorry. I don't even know where to start, but, since Val talked about the two gables being, like two, I mean, they're not making a lot of sense. I would say that the front of the house with a farmer's porch is fighting it even more and making it more complicated. Somewhere I saw, these really steep dormers, but I guess they exist and then they go in to a flush dormer. Yeah, it's just, yeah. I don't know what to say.
Okay.
So
Carrie?
I don't have much new to say. I agree with everybody else. And I think building with Nantucket in mind will help a lot.
Okay. Diane?
Yeah, I think the double gable is inappropriate and lengthening the buildings to do it is wrong.
Okay, so I agree, the
That's all.
essential, thank you, Diane. I agree, the essential character of the structure with the dual gable is inappropriate and needs to be revised. Can we have a motion to that effect?
revisions.
Can we motion to have the dual gable removed?
Yes.
Well,
I think that's pretty clear now.
No, I know, I just,
Yeah,
If we want to be
Wouldn't
even
that be
more
part of
specific, Ken.
yeah, so I'm just.
Oh, you don't want it to come
I'll
back?
second your motion for the purpose of discussion. I would like us in the evolution of our, everything we're doing is to give specific motions,
Okay.
what we're looking for
Oh.
when we can, because it'll make it a lot easier for everyone. And
Okay, I think that the double gable is inappropriate and maybe it has to go back to the I think you have to start with a new concept. I think the double gable isn't working for it here.
so motion to for revisions with removal of the double, including with removal of the double gable forward. Fair enough?
Yes,
Okay, on your motion.
I'm an I.
Val, Diane,
aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
and I'm an I. Okay. Is that helpful? In terms of
Absolutely.
clarity?
It's always helpful.
Okay. Next up is the next one. Oh, who walked in? Oh, that's Brooke. Okay, 5 Crow's Nest Way. So it'll be Connie on this and the next.
5, Mr. Chair, do you mind?
No, that'll be fine. So it's
Okay.
Connie and Carrie on the next 2. And Robbie, when you get the site plan up, you can start.
It's out in. The new drawing, 4426, that sounds reasonable. Oh, is there a demo of offers? I missed that one.
I believe this is the demo of the garage up first here?
Yeah.
Okay. Right, so that's an existing garage, second dwelling, late 80s, I think, I've forgotten, somewhere in there, late 80s, 90s, something like that. So we're looking to replace the structure. They need to upgrade septic and some other things, and this has reached its end of its usefulness, we hope, so.
Okay. Questions? Go right to comments. Would like to begin.
Mr. Chair.
The demo. Go ahead, Holly.
Thank you. I just wanted to first mention that appreciate having the at least an elevation of when Aileen Barth drew this structure in 1991. So it's a circa 1993 garage. Obviously, it's a guest house, so it would have to go through the whole process like a home. Should you all approve the demo move? But I was just want to mention it would be nice to have all 4 of the elevations in the file for record keeping purposes, not just the facade. So that was my only thing. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Robbie, you got that?
Sure, but we got all those elevations from the building department, but I'm happy to bring in copies.
Okay, and this is a dwelling?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so there will be a 60-day notice. Who would like to go next? Or begin?
We're demoing this.
Demo move off,
Oh,
right? Yeah, demo move off. I wish we could change it to move off demo. But in any event. You need a couple Swedish goldfish, you're slumping
I'm
down.
really, I know, I don't know.
Carrie.
There's something about this building that I just love. There's something stark and something simple and something
It looks
that
just like the last one.
like, no, that had 2 gables. But yeah, I can't, I mean, yeah. I don't see why it can't be moved or gone. I mean,
Simple enough. Connie,
Ditto.
Diane,
Yeah, it's too bad. She makes interesting buildings, but I would go. I think it would be hard to move because I think it's a fairly good size. You'd have to cut it. I don't know. But anyway, that's it. The thing. Move or demo, right?
yeah,
It's having some structural problems because those valley rafters go up and somehow meet that cupola in a funky way, and all of that stuff is sort
Yeah.
of dropping down into the center. So that's part of the process here.
so I agree with Carrie and I agree with Robbie. If it weren't the slumping valley rafters, this might be moved to 85 Low Beach. And they could just add a couple of little decks and a little porch and they'd be all set. Okay, so how about a motion, folks?
Motion to approve as submitted.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Carrie,
I,
Diane,
Aye.
Abby,
I,
and I'm an aye. Okay, Robbie, new dwelling, if we can have the site plan up, please.
where'd it go?
2, 3, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Get through these next 10. I'm gonna be in good shape.
don't say that.
Nope, I'm just gonna keep. All right, Robbie, don't slow us down. We got a head of steam.
Oh, not with those
So it's
Swedish
right
fish
here.
there. New cottage, we want to move it up closer. We're having some septic and spatial juggling, so we want to move the position of the cottage forward. As you can see, take advantage of the views to the right and the left of the existing house up near the beach. It's a 2-bedroom cottage that we think is much simpler than the building that we just saw. So that's basically it.
Okay, and can we go to the elevations, please? And we'll just take a quick look and see if we have any questions.
And Mr. Chair, I do have comments for
Okay,
you.
go for it while we're looking at the next set of elevations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So photos of the existing 1978 main home or existing home should be provided. I think that would helpful. I know there's some photos in the file, but it didn't really give a clear description of the existing structure. The windows should match, obviously, the existing structure of 6/6, not 1/1s, as well as the front door. My question, are there dwellings? I've noticed that this structure also has a attached garage. Are dwellings with attached garages a thing out there? Are they actually in the neighborhood? Because if it's something that's atypical, I don't think that would be appropriate for the area. The chimney proposed is atypical. I would recommend changing. I obviously it's outside the OHD, so exterior chimney is fine, but it's a little different design. Especially the top there. Lots of fenestration on the north. There is no additive massing provided. That needs to be provided based on building with Nantucket in mind. The second floor deck looks greater than 8 feet. Look at that. And then the dormer over the garage seems to be too wide and should come off the ridge per building with Nantucket in mind. So those are my comments, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Let's see here.
I can go.
Okay.
I just want to say that I agree with Carrie on this, that the demo move up, I kind of missed that building because of its simplicity, and suddenly this one doesn't, it doesn't have the harmony of the one before. Definitely, well, the flush dormers on the front of the house, I don't think help it. I think the 1/1s are not appropriate. I think the chimney being outside is odd. And I think just if you're going, it has no additive massing, it's very boxy. If you were thinking of that left-hand side as being additive, I would drop it a couple of more feet to make a difference between the main mass and a secondary mass. And that's what I got for starters. Thank you.
Thank you. Gary.
Yeah, I agree with everything Abby said. The windows in particular, I'm not sure why the 1/1s. The main house looks to be 6/6 and 12 light casements on the second floor dormer. I like the way that dormer is filled with windows on the existing house. If I'm correct, if that is a photo of the existing house. But yeah, the garage piece is the only part that really gives it a problem for me, except for the windows.
Connie.
I have nothing else to add, but I'm in agreement. If somehow that garage piece, maybe like they said, could drop a little. That's about it.
Okay, thank you. Diane.
Yeah, I think windows should be 6/6. Tell the chimneys should be corbelled down to just above the windows on the first floor. Should it start corbelling, not up so high. Top should be regular Nantucket corbelling up there. I don't know how I've mentioned this. I think out of 3 out of the houses we've done, the deck on the top looks wider than 8 feet, and it should be changed. And the east, south, I guess the north, all that would go to be 6/6 windows and a regular 15 panel door, and all the windows down below there should follow the 6/6s. And I think that's it for now.
Okay, thank you, Diane. Hi, did you want to be recognized?
Yes, I'm Natalie Kaufman. I'm speaking on behalf of Barbara Evans and a butter
Okay.
at 7 Crow's Nest. Just we noticed that in the plans, particularly the application for the well permit plan that accompanies, that the well at 7 Crow's Nest is improperly cited based on Paul Santos's survey. So
Sorry, what was your first name again?
Natalie,
Natalie. So Natalie, not that, it's not an important topic, but we don't actually deal with the well issues. And for us to hear that information could later be perceived or argued to be prejudicial. So what we're looking at are architectural massing, character and setting, and location on a site.
the relation to that, and I hear your
Go ahead,
feedback.
yeah.
The relation to that is that the location, as far as the location of the house may affect the location of the septic. Just that we ask that the locations are verified and redesigned as necessary.
Okay, fair enough. Thank you. Okay, did I miss anyone? Other than me? So Robbie, I hate to bring this up, but this was a topic of hot debate earlier in the evening. Can we go back to the images that show, does that show the existing in the lower right? Image sheet above it in the lower right corner. Yeah, so I think, Robin, we need to see images of the existing structure so we can see how they relate to one another.
Sure.
Both with respect to the design elements and with respect to the overall size. Yeah, okay, so actually we have, do we have just the one?
Yep, I don't, I
No, I think
can't
that's a
tell.
neighbor.
It's more visibility.
Yeah, it's just
Yeah.
that.
So I think for me, it's gonna be, how does, this seems a little more suburban, forgive me, than the simplistic oversized cape with more diminutive dormers and more kind of historic fenestration of the existing home. And we're gonna want to see those relate ultimately. And then the size overall, one being 20% larger or smaller than the other. The siting, as you know, we won't get into with respect to wells and septic, but with respect to character and setting, we will.
Absolutely.
So those would be the concerns that I may have, and I may not, once we see those more images.
Okay.
And we have a better idea of how tall the existing structure is and, maybe what its footprint is.
Okay.
Does that, you feel like you got some clarity on what to do next in terms of providing information and taking a stab at revisions?
I certainly do.
Okay, so can we get a motion for additional information and revisions?
Yeah, for this septic, it's on the
So
site.
moved.
Okay, Diane, on your motion? It's on there.
Yeah.
Aye.
Abby,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. Okay, thank you, Robbie.
Mhm.
Okay, we're up to 17 Ranger Road, New Cottage. It's the Robbie hour. Site plan.
What's she going beep beep for?
It's just a little song.
Okay, what do we got, Robin?
Okay, we need a site plan that shows, right, okay, so there's existing site plan, the larger one is the full piece of property. The little piece that I just truncated off a little bit, shows the proposed cottage location in relation to the existing main house, driveway and so forth.
Okay.
So it's behind. This is.
Okay, there's the south level elevation, I believe.
Can we, Robbie, before you go forward, can you walk us through the images of the existing?
Everyone's going, oh,
There's a couple of photographs of the house. That's the existing, right?
And that faces Eel Point or Ranger?
The gable faces Ranger.
Okay, let's, you know what, let's,
That
let Ed
faces
get them
west.
all upright, and then we'll start from the top. Okay, now we'll start from here.
That's Eel Point Road.
Okay.
North
You guys
ele-
seeing the existing?
That's east facing Ranger. And our cottage location is approximately where that garage is, which is already has a move off demo approval.
Okay.
And we just got an addition to the main house last week or something by consent. That is a photo from the neighbor up on the hill, Laura Crocker, showing the location of the cottage, which is where that two-story garage is.
Do we know who did the original design?
Of what?
This existing structure?
Oh, God, it's a post and beam from the 70s.
Yeah, it looks like the HCC was sleeping that night.
Yeah, it's got some.
Okay, thank you. So let's go back to the elevations.
So the west is facing Ranger or the south? Which way is facing Ranger?
That-
North. North.
Yeah.
That faces essentially southeast. The entry faces it's the same orientation as the garage in the photo that we just saw from Ranger Road.
The first elevation.
Oh.
The first elevation faces Ranger Road.
Okay.
Down the driveway.
Right. Any other questions?
North
Okay.
elevation. South
No, I just was
elevation,
trying to get oriented.
and west.
Okay, we're oriented. Next elevation, set of elevations, please. All right, who would like to begin?
I'll go,
Carrie,
since I already piped up earlier. I think it's a good little house. I do wonder, does the house have 2/2s?
I believe that they have approval to change to 2/2s.
Okay, so I would just say the French doors should be 6 light instead of 8 light. Cause that would simplify the grill pattern to be more proportionate with the windows as 2/2s. And I think really the only elevation that's really gonna be visible is the front. And I think it's appropriate. It's not over fenestrated. That's it.
Abby will be next. Can we go to, thank you, Carrie. Can you go up one sheet? That's it.
Oh, it's like an organism feature.
I've never seen that.
It's, yeah, it's interesting.
So what is this line here?
Oh, that's just the second floor level.
Is it?
It's a dashed line.
It's just a reference.
not-
for-
Oh, it's just a reference. Okay.
Yes, the first level dashed line is the one that's just above the level of the porch. See that?
Is
Abby?
there, so
Yeah, it's the same thing.
is that like
It's a hidden
something
line.
about the first floor windows that they're either not big enough or they seem to be swimming in that space? They seem to work on the sides and the back, but on the front,
Cause there's a knee wall inside.
Yeah, so the proportions of the window, distance between the windows on the right is perhaps too close, and then the field on the left is perhaps too big for a single window.
So I could add another on the right so that there's three, and add another on the left, so there's two. Easily.
Does that help you at all?
I've never seen a house like this.
It's so symmetrical. Why not just go 2 and 2? The central
Uh,
piece is
I
such
would
an
think so.
organizing
I'm-
factor.
And so those windows don't have to be bigger? They're the right size? I just can't tell.
I think they're probably okay. They just, on the right, they need to be slightly more separated.
But I see the dots now. So
Yeah.
this means like the top of the ceiling and this is like the top of the floor. But when we don't have those, you don't think those windows are gonna look sort of small? No, they seem out of proportion a little bit, but I don't know because I can't take those away.
Yeah, I mean, they could be larger, but
There's a foot of floor structure in there.
I don't know.
Also, this is, I'd have to see, but this is coming forward. This is like a porch coming forward.
Yeah.
Okay, other thoughts? Do you want to look at the other elevations?
I'd like,
Hold on one sec, Diane.
I go,
I don't know. Let's hear what somebody else says.
Okay, Diane,
I think the windows up in the shed dormer should be separated on the second floor. They should be over the windows below. That dormer is sort of weird, and I would like the windows separated as was suggested on the right-hand side. Separate them and put a second one on the left with separation. It doesn't have to be from end to end, but enough so that it makes some prominence. This is the front door, and I think it would be good. You got a lot of space, and 3 windows on both sides would be very heavy for out there on Ranger Road. So I would, I don't know, maybe draw one that way so we could see what it looked like with 3 windows. But they need to be separated so that they fill the space. And on the west side, it needs a second window, and the windows up on the shed dormer need to be separated. So they go from end side
Go
to
to the
side.
next elevation, please.
go ahead, Abby, I guess.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm saying this right, but the front door is this left-hand side here?
Yes.
Yeah, so I think if that were more of a broke back
Yeah, you want to
and
change.
came out further, like another couple of feet. Right now, it looks a little cut off. It would be a lot more elegant if it came out a couple of feet. It just looks like, skimpy. But, I think that will help.
Okay, Carrie,
I've gone.
Connie,
I really don't have anything else to add. I would be in favor of that additional window on the east. On the which elevation is this? The west elevation? I don't know. There's
Yeah.
like the 3 windows on one side and the 2 on the other. Since we're going symmetrical on the front, I didn't know how everyone felt about that back west elevation.
yeah, can changes. I was gonna comment on that too when I come up.
All right. I'm good, thank you.
Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
So, can we go to the front elevation? So I, first of all, agree, separate the windows in the dormer, maybe even add corner boards for consistency. Double up the windows to the left, space them out a little bit more than the ones on the right, space the ones on the right. Break that porch roof and make it like a 512 and bring out, go to the next set of elevations, please. Instead of a 10-12, 5-12, reminiscent of the rear and perhaps not as deep, but some depth for the porch on the left. Overall, I think fenestration on the north is a little heavy, but it's not inappropriate. The south, ditto. The north, south, what was the first one we did? The what, east? The west, I think, is over fenestrated. Either the triple double hungs to the lower left, either gang them up or get rid of one of them. And I think the French doors, you need to remove one of each on each floor. And otherwise, I think that that's appropriate. If you opt for corner boards on the front dormer, obviously opt for them on the back dormer. I don't know that it's critical to do that, but I'm just mentioning is if you're
I
gonna.
think you get a softer look with that cottage corner.
Yeah.
From the dormers.
And the fenestration changes may be enough to make that work together. Sometimes when you have the woven corners on a dormer and it's not a small dormer,
Mhm.
it actually looks a little bit odd. But that's the only reason I mentioned the corner.
Okay,
So clarity,
I'm good.
Are we doing corner boards or not?
well, there are down below, but I just mentioned if he's gonna have them there, at least consider them on the dormers above.
Because I think this cottage would be nice without corner boards.
Without on the whole structure.
On the whole structure.
So there's that option too.
Hey, I prefer that.
Weave away. Okay,
Yeah.
so how about a motion for revision?
Mr. Chair, I just
Yep.
wanted to add one thing. What of the distance of the second floor porch? It's at 10 feet instead of 8 or deck.
John
Sorry.
McLaughlin will haunt you,
Yeah.
Bobby.
Yeah, but the deck itself is only 8 on the second floor.
Oh, the deck on the second, yeah, that's okay then.
Yeah, John says it's
John
okay.
said it was okay.
How do you get up to the front door too? Is that a trick question or, I mean,
It's the grade just slopes.
Oh,
Oh.
go back up, please.
over one, up one?
There you go.
It's just a slope.
Someone who's not feeling great. Wonderful.
Yeah.
So how about a motion to make those revisions?
So moved.
Okay, on your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Gary, Connie,
Aye.
and me, I'm an aye. Okay. Thank you, Robbie.
Great. Thank you, everyone.
We're on to 51 Tennessee,
I wish I could stay.
and Val's coming down.
Val's back on and
and
I'm going
Abby's
out
Exiting stage left.
and I'm slipping.
Brooke, welcome. Why don't we go right to the elevations, please? And then tell us what you're doing.
So in the original application, I had a connector and it was decided to hold for framing. The building is framed. There was a mention from Abby actually that there was a similar structure on Tuckernuck that had a connector between the two buildings. I haven't been able to get over there to take a photo of that, but it seems that since this is in the Nantucket area and, its proximity to Tuckernuck, that it could also be appropriate. I believe that given its one-story nature and the fact that this will all eventually be planted up, the connector will just fade into the background. And it's really, I think, only visible from M Street. It's not visible from Tennessee, Washington. Tennessee or Washington. And there are actual CAD drawings. This is just my feeble effort at creating an Adobe Photoshop version.
Okay. Oh, questions?
Can I ask,
Hold on, Diane.
can I ask him a question?
Yeah, go ahead, Diane, and then I'll,
She might ask the same thing.
go ahead, Diane.
Brooke, is that a chimney?
We are also including
That you
an
see?
outdoor. We are also including an outdoor fireplace in the proposal. It's on the back side of that connector. So it's not going to be immediately street side. And again, I think when you see the site plan and also the CAD elevations, this will become a little more clear.
Can we go to the elevations?
Please.
So Diane, yes, there is a chimney. Would you like?
Okay.
If you don't have any other questions, I'll have Holly go, okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the
No,
connector
I
and
don't
chimney,
have, I just wanted that.
Okay, thank you.
the connector and chimney was what was at a big discussion at the June 28th, 2022 review. And there was a comment from a commissioner mentioning that it looked like it was making it look like one large building. The views provided are very telling from M Street. And I believe it's not appropriate feature in a very visible area of Nantucket. I know Brooke mentioned that there, with landscaping, it will be, subdued and, mitigated, but I don't see any landscaping proposed to mitigate that. So as proposed right now, I don't think it's appropriate. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Holly. Who would like to go? Okay,
I'm sorry, Brooke. I think I'm in agreement with our decision that we made earlier. It just becomes one long drawn on building. And more inappropriate is the freestanding chimney. I'm not for any of it.
okay. Connie,
I have to agree with Val, unfortunately.
okay, Carrie,
Yeah, I mean, as proposed, we don't see any screening and it obviously is visible from the photographs. But the pool, Brooke, if the pool was approved, was the pool approved?
100%.
So that's at grade and that's gonna have to be made invisible.
It has a wall in front of it.
So it looks like a bench. of
There is
some
a
sort.
site plan with some vegetation that we are required to provide through the special permit process that the ZBA requires for a pool. So this will be screened.
Right.
It's, obviously not going to be totally screened, but it will be obscured significantly.
okay.
So-
Carrie, anything else?
For me, it's really the chimney coming out of this open air thing. And that's the element that you would see, like, if you don't see the pool, because it's at grade, the roof might sort of blend in if it were all wood. But then the chimney in the background, it's like, then that says, that's sort of weird. And I wonder if you can incorporate the chimney in the little building at the end of that thing instead of right open air in the middle of it all.
Okay, my comments are that I think the chimney is what's gonna draw your attention and be atypical, given it's more than less freestanding. And that, perhaps there's some way to modify that. I don't know if you want to backstop it with shingle wall or something along those lines. Or make some revisions and get us a landscape plan that shows what type of screening you're going to be doing under the special permit requirement, things along those lines. But at this point, it seems like there's not a lot of support for what's being proposed.
So I
So-
go,
Yep, go ahead.
I think it's inappropriate in this area, unfortunately. But it's something that you don't find out there. And it really needs to be addressed before other people try to use it. It's not what we expect to see in Nantucket, and whether you can't see it from Tennessee, which I believe out that far is a dirt road. M Street does go down and and covers it, goes right down. So I'm not for it either. Thank you.
Okay,
Mr. Chair,
thank you, Diane. Go ahead, Brooke.
if the freestanding fireplace and chimney were removed, would you consider an approval?
Well, then
Um,
what would we be approving?
The connector.
The connector.
And that's all deck. Too.
Carrie, Connie, thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, with some there would be some posts somewhere. So it would
Yes, there's definitely posts.
because that's kind of a long stretch. I'm just thinking in Nantucket, there's a lot of funky, low pieces of architecture. And this would not be so out of keeping in my mind. I know one on Tennessee Ave, which right down the way on the creeks has something similar. But I would be more amenable to that, especially if the roof is wood.
Yes.
Yeah. I could see that.
Connie?
Yeah, I would be more in agreement.
Okay, Diane, do you have any appetite for the connector without the chimney?
If it was a good solid one, so it didn't look like just a roof and some posts, I would like to see it. I think the heavier in this particular time would be better because it would give consistency and strength to the connector. Connectors we don't seem to be too big on, so it's a thought, that's all.
Okay, thank you, Diane.
Yeah.
I'm with Val. I think the connector is inappropriate. So what do we want to do with this?
I
Say
would
no.
motion,
Do you want to work on it? And try and. I don't know, it seems like the chimney has not got support.
the chimney doesn't have support.
Location. So are you looking at potential revisions or you want us to vote on the connector? I mean, I might either way, I just want to do it one way or the other.
I would say,
Roll the dice.
yeah, let's roll the dice.
All right,
What does
so,
that mean?
well, I took it to mean that he's gonna take a motion and see what happens.
Oh. Well, I would motion to approve it without the chimney, knowing that there will be some vegetation to screen the pool, et cetera, which would also help mitigate sort of that connector and the location of the connector for me. Sort of tucked back. It's not straight across the house and bam, you see right through, blah, blah, blah. So there, that's my motion. Motion to approve with no chimney.
And is there a motion to add blah, blah, blah to the definition in building with Nantucket in mind? On your motion,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Diane,
I'd like to see more of it.
okay,
I
so
would-
that would be a no,
Yeah, I guess so.
okay. Not to lead you, but just to keep us rolling straight forward. Val,
I'm a no.
okay. Brooke, I'm a no too. So I think we're back to the original motion, which is to bring back with some landscape plans consistent with your special permit requirements. And if you want to try and see what you can do with that chimney that might be more palatable, you're welcome to it.
Okay.
So how about a motion to hold for revisions with
So
additional
move.
information? Okay, so
So
the motion is, Diane's motion is to hold for revisions with additional information. Diane,
Aye.
Carrie,
Aye.
Connie,
Aye.
Val,
Aye.
and I'm an aye. So that was unanimous, Brooke. We're on to the Nantucket Land Bank. You're welcome. 19 Walwinter Road, rebuild the greenhouse. Linda Williams. And do we have anyone in the queue?
Your home have a gourmet kitchen with an oversized pantry so you can store everything.
Oh, really?
This with Wi-Fi built in, hardwired internet outlets for
Can we
gaming.
mute whoever that is?
Is Luke up?
Okay, so I'm sorry, who do we have
Oh.
in the queue who's, Sorry, Sam, who's Sam?
I'm actually right outside. I was pulling up to present in person, but
Okay, come on in, Sam, and we'll figure out where you fit into the queue.
all right.
Tori's at the tail end. And then, I'm sorry, Holly, who did you say the other person was?
Luke.
Luke, that name's familiar.
Mhm.
Okay, so he's next at this point. So why don't we go ahead with Luke?
Is he online?
Where is it?
7 Angola Street, add porches. Linda. I texted her. I texted a couple of people because I want to keep this going. Okay, Luke, when you see a site plan, that's the key to jump in. Can you hear us? Luke, you're not unmuted. Which is to say we can't hear you. Still. Still. Is he waving his hands around when he's talking, or? Luke, are you there?
Mr. Chairman, I believe there's a applicant for 7A Bayberry's here as well.
Okay, great. On Zoom?
I believe so.
Okay. And I'm sorry,
Oh,
sir.
sorry.
Are you here on an application?
Yes, I just joined in. I've been watching on YouTube, but I'm here for.
No. Everybody, hold on.
Wait one second.
Please for a moment. So speaking to a gentleman in the audience.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm here.
6 Hickory Meadow. Are you Scott? Scott. Okay, so I just want to see who we've got. So we've got Scott. If you'd be so kind, we queued up Mr. Thornwell, and he's after you, but by a couple. But we've got time. Are you okay if we just proceed now that he's in the queue, and then we'll come back to you? Okay, great. So Luke, why don't you proceed 7 Angola, and then we're going to jump back to 6 Hickory Meadow Lane.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, these are, this is just a very simple 2 porches, one that we're adding on the side of the house that faces Angola Lane. And it's just to give them a small amount of coverage before they head in their side door. And then in the rear, a porch that sort of connects to the rear patio. That's it.
Okay. What's going on this? Can you see what's on the screen?
I think that's on our end.
What is that?
It's my little box. There we go.
Your box is not playing well with it. Okay. Okay, so Luke, on your east elevation, you've got a small pen roof covered porch. That shows on your south, and that's it, correct?
Yep.
Okay, great. Any questions?
Well, then there's a
Comments,
porch on
Holly?
the back as well.
Oh, on the back?
Yes, it's
Can we go
on
to
the
the next
rear
slide?
elevations, there's a porch.
Pictures are terrible.
Yeah.
Okay, so slightly larger. And then the side view. I have a question for you, Luke. On the north elevation, is there a cheek under the covered porch side view of the roof? Or is that next to be open?
I can make a cheek.
Okay, it's just more typical, I think. Okay, Holly?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So 7 Angola Street is an infill within the OHD built circa 2014. I don't think what's being proposed is egregious at all. I think it's fine. I just would say that better, clearer photos would be more helpful for the review. And even the plans that we see that are scanned, I know that they don't do them justice, but they're also very hard to discern. So those are my kind of more technical comments than anything. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So basically a little tightening up on the presentation. Okay, Luke, you get that?
Fair enough, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Who would like to begin?
I will.
Go for it.
I don't have any concerns.
Diane? Connie?
No concerns.
Diane?
I don't have any concerns either.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I would just say bring the better dressed set of drawings and images or in the application. So how about a motion?
Motion to approve is submitted.
On your motion, Val?
Am I supposed to say bringing in better photos?
No, I think I think it's the scan.
Okay,
The drawings are pretty good.
Yeah, did you say yes,
yes.
Connie?
Aye.
Diane?
Aye.
And I'm an aye. That carries. Okay, we're gonna go back to
Thank you.
six, thank you, Luke, 6 Hickory Meadow Lane. And Mr. Fritz, if you could come on up to the mic, make sure we can hear you. Don't be afraid to get close to it. And once you see the site plan up here, you can tell us what you got going on.
Okay, so I'm Scott Fritz for 6 Hickory Meadow Lane. And doing a perimeter fence for deer fencing. There's been a lot of issues with the deer coming and decimating the garden that's existing.
Okay.
And putting in a gate at the front.
Can we go to the next?
So that is the front gate, proposed at 7.5 feet tall for deer, to keep the deer out.
And just while it's topical, can you tell us what the material is proposed?
Cedar.
Cedar, okay. And galvanized or stainless or painted hardware?
Galvanized.
Okay. And
that is the gate next door, or 2 doors down.
And what's the height of that?
That's 7.5 also. It may be 8.
Okay, next image, please.
And that's a deer fencing around a neighbor's property, which is, it's metal posts within a black wire. I guess it's a plastic mesh.
Okay.
And that's on the backside of the property on Westchester.
Okay. Next.
And that's it's a dark photo, but that's the fence that's been built. So it's existing.
Okay, so there are sections or a whole bunch of that?
So the fence is there. The fence is built.
Okay.
So it's the black metal mesh with 4x4 posts, 2x6 topper.
Obviously not HTC approved.
Yeah.
Right, so just before we jump on that too hard, I want to get some clarity. Scott, when you say it's been built, you're saying the fence around the perimeter as proposed, or a section of it, or sections of it?
It has been built.
It has been built.
Yeah,
Okay.
it was built as a deer fencing, and it was brought to the
HTC.
Yes.
Okay, my computer's down, I can't pull up the
So
application.
that is at the front of the house looking through the fence that's been built.
Okay, we'll get there. I just want to see what we have in front of us. Let's walk through what's there, and then we all have the same baseline. Can we go to the next? Oh, thank you, I appreciate it. Can we go to that's the last one?
That's looking through the wire mesh.
And do we know, staff, this is street side image? Okay,
This is from Hickory Meadow looking toward the face of the house.
okay, so, Val, well, first of all, are there any questions? Okay, Val, did you want to start?
I'm a little confused because if it's approved, I don't know why it's in front of us.
No,
again.
it was an as-built situation.
Okay, what's unfortunate is it doesn't seem as though there's any planting to the public side of the fence. And that is really disturbing.
There will be planting to put the fence up, they took the planting out, so they would, that is toward the street, so it would be replanted with native vegetation, the same that is on the other side of the street.
And there is
And we-
so much of it.
It's a
Only.
huge property.
I know.
All right, guys, let's keep it contained a little bit. for the minutes.
My concern really is gonna be what the screening is, and if you can see it. It's wildly inappropriate.
Okay. That says a lot succinctly, which is good. Diane?
There are other ways than going up 8 feet to keep the deer out. And I think that is too much for seems to go around the whole thing, including the fence. And so I'd like to see another way of approaching this than an 8-foot fence around the whole property, it looks like. Okay.
Thank you, Diane. Carrie?
I agree with Val and Diane. I think it's expensive if you had, a vegetable garden that you were trying to contain, but the whole property, I don't know, it's extensive.
Thousands of
Okay.
feet.
Connie?
Is this fence already surrounding the property?
Yes, it is.
It's crazy.
It was built to, I guess, avoid having to put temporary fence in that would just come down for 2 months.
So I'm in agreement. It's quite extensive.
Okay. So I agree, it's extensive. I'm not as concerned about the back 40. You've got Hickory Meadow Lane in Westchester, and then what's visible from those. I am concerned about the lack of screening along those 2 roads. And to the extent in the distance, as viewed from either of those roads, there is a lack of vegetation for the perimeter, the rest of the perimeter fence to get lost in visually. That's a concern. These will gray out, so that's helpful, but I think there needs to be a landscape plan to show if this is going to be approved. There needs to be a landscape plan to show how the visibility of the fence will be screened successfully from Hickory Meadow and from Westchester.
Yeah,
And
goes all the way to Westchester.
where it may not be possible to do that, I think there needs to be some consideration along Hickory Meadow Lane and Westchester Street to rebate the fence location. That is to say, to move it more in towards the house. So that, for instance, it might be 20 feet from the road. And then there would be a deer resistant plant material to screen it, as opposed to having it immediately adjacent to the roads. So that might be a way to approach this. I'm not speaking for the commission. I'm just saying our this looks like a lot of fence. It is a lot of fence, but our concern is what's visible. And a lot of this is going to meld into the background, but what isn't going to melt into the background is what's near the streets. So that needs to be addressed, and there might be a couple of different ways to do it. And I'm just suggesting at least 2 of those.
I would like to motion to a view as well.
Okay, that makes sense.
What
So
was that
How about
word?
go ahead, Scott.
I didn't hear what the word was. Chief.
View. So basically a view means we're going to drive out there and we're going to wave our finger and say,
Okay.
This could work and that won't work, and so on and so forth for our next meeting when we pick this up.
Okay.
So I would suggest you think about the extent that you can successfully screen this, and revisions with landscaping materials to show that. And we'll do a view, and if we feel like it needs to be further from the street, which probably I mention it because that's probably what's going to happen.
Right.
you might want to start considering that in your planning for revisions to bring to us at the next meeting.
Okay. And one question is on Westchester Street, part of it is high up and it sits back farther than in the lower corner. I guess that would, it comes closer to the street.
Mhm.
Yeah.
So
this is
it's
crazy.
where you can see it. When it's basically in your face, that's what the issue.
Yeah, so basically that's what I'm saying is you're gonna have to take it out of everyone's face and do screening. And part of that is gonna be screening. And part of it is gonna be vegetative screening and part of it is gonna be the distance from the streets. We'll have a better handle on what that looks like to us as individual members once we do a view.
So will you do a view, get back to me, and then I prepare a plan? Or- or-
It would probably behoove you to, we'll do a view. And you should take into consideration the comments you received and the resistance you received here tonight. And try and move the fence back from the streets, put in ample screening. And from that point, we'll comment on it.
Is there any thought to, I mean, I don't know if you can comment now on what you would think would be an appropriate distance from the, like Hickory Meadow Lane?
I think we need to see it.
Okay, got it.
And
A lot of times we do bring fences back to the house.
so that there is, yeah, this looks like it's right on the line.
Yeah, I mean.
So you
or-
It's not on the, there's another, the street is actually, the road is actually in private property. So
Okay.
there's like 20 more feet on the other side of the,
So let's get some
driveway.
clarification on the
Okay.
actual delineation of the property. Okay, but
I
like,
think it
let's get it,
shows on the,
Scott, let's get it represented graphically. And then we're gonna make a determination based upon what we see when we drive out there. And that drive out there is going to be, so is this when you say, I got a segue here. You say it's a private road, which Hickory Meadow Lane?
Hickory Meadow Lane is the private road and the, yes, exactly.
Okay. But it's a shared driveway. Is it a subdivision laid out road?
And it's so
I guess
different all the way around.
The road
I
is
know, I
a
know. I'm
right
just
of way, I would imagine.
It's just crazy.
Yeah.
Is this the one you're talking about, Holly?
Yeah, can you scroll down to the right-hand side down the Brown's plan? Yeah, right there. This is Hickory Meadow that goes through in here for all these lots. This is the lot in question. What he's talking about is they actually own on the other side of the access, but the fence is on this side.
Okay.
So obviously, like.
Sorry, Mr.
Right,
Chair.
I
The
get
fence
you.
right now is basically 3 feet from
Okay, so
the gravel.
I'm gonna
Or-
suggest to you, Scott, and
Yes.
I don't think I'm out of place that
Yeah.
it's gonna be a minimum of probably 30 feet, if not more. I would suggest it's probably gonna be as far back as some type of a buffer on the north side of the existing shell. It looks like a Shell Drive turnaround area. So that there's a significant distance. That looks to me like it's probably 40 or 50 feet, depending on the road width of the shared drive. And then depending on what's visible from Westchester Street in terms of the topography, it may be the same. And then vegetation strategically located to visually have this look like just indigenous plant materials.
Sure, I
And-
understand.
And then you're getting away from deer and
Yeah.
you're getting into deer resistant plant material.
So
And then
that
that
would-
way what happens is this is just kind of disappearing into the landscape despite the extent of it.
Could I make a could I say something?
Yep, just a moment, please.
Uh,
Do you have any questions on that portion?
I guess, so just to be, so if you're pulling into the driveway, you would need to go through gates to get to the house.
Yeah.
Is,
Well,
yeah, that's where the whole thing was driven to make it so you could pull your car in and not have gates to walk.
So
through
it will
to
be
get-
incumbent upon you, Scott, to maybe flip flop what you have. So that if you're gonna keep, if you propose to keep the gates there, the fencing, instead of going forward of the gate, goes behind the gate.
And is the gate approved?
And,
No.
and the gate is part of the application.
Yeah.
So,
That's-
Diane, you wanted to, okay, well,
No.
Diane, please, when you're recognized, go ahead.
We do not usually, and I wonder if anybody could find a property that is totally fenced off.
Yes,
So-
Diane, we have approved fences like this in Tom Nevers.
No,
Joe
I don't know.
Joe Paul had one in.
Can I
We're,
finish talking, please? I don't interrupt you when you are talking. I would like to say, if there is one fence out there, I would like to see a picture of it because it's been against our rules and regulations for a long, long time. I have sat on this committee for a long time.
okay, Diane, please move on. What is the specific point you want to make?
Let's share time there, Stephen.
No, let's move along, Diane. We're not going to sermonize.
There
What's
should
the
be-
point you would like to make, please?
The entire property should not be fenced off like this. It should go around where they have their vegetable garden, and that's it.
Okay, thank you.
And
No,
I had-
Scott, we're going to hold now for
I had the photograph that shows the neighbor's property.
Scott, just please hold. So we've had some discussion. Different members have made their opinions, have noted their opinions. You have a pretty clear understanding of what any potential the next thing for us to look like needs to look like. We're going to do a view. If you want to bring in additional images, you can bring in and submit them through staff so we can review that prior to the meeting, our next sit-down meeting. Is there a motion?
Yeah, motion to hold for more information, a view, and some potential mitigation
Okay,
plans.
on your motion,
Aye.
Diane,
Aye.
Connie,
I,
Carrie,
Hi.
and I'm an aye. Okay, thank you, everybody. I know that one was a difficult.
Thank you for your.
It's not gonna be an easy one to continue with. Okay, so we're gonna wrap it. It's 8:25.
This guy waiting.
Oh, Sam. Sam, which one are you?
Oh, the one we didn't have a copy of in our,
Oh, we don't have it loaded?
no. I don't know what it is.
What happened? Did Sam not Sam, did you not make a deadline?
I believe I did.
I did not.
Okay, can you bring it up? Sam, is this an easy one?
I sure hope so. It's a garage studio. A lot of detailing to match the existing main house.
Are there pictures of the main house?
Yes.
Okay, so this is gonna hinge on the ability to bring this up. And while we're doing that,
Photos don't.
we're
look
gonna
very-
take care of some other business.
Okay.
Can I get a motion to approve the minutes of March 28th, 30th, April 4th, 11th, 13th, and 18th?
I haven't seen them.
They were, as made the minutes under approval were all distributed prior for a while. Okay. So if you haven't reviewed them and you have a concern, I'd suggest abstain. If you haven't reviewed them, I would suggest abstain. If you have a concern, I would suggest you voice it. And that again is March 28th and 30th, April 4th, 11th, 13th, and 18th. Any motion?
I haven't seen them, so I can't say anything.
Okay, should we? Should
I haven't
we?
seen
Are you guys gonna review them if we hold them until Thursday? Are we
Yeah.
meeting Thursday?
Okay.
Oh,
No.
I want to get all caught up. Okay, so I guess we'll hold those minutes till next Tuesday, and I'd ask you all to please read them. Okay, so we're passing out, we're going old school.
Thank
Before we do this, you guys, are you okay proceeding with this?
Yeah. he's been
Okay.
waiting.
Okay. You caught everyone in a good mood, Sam.
I appreciate it.
The
Thank you.
problem here is that Diane is not going to be able to see this.
Yeah, let me,
So,
This is the wrong plan.
yeah,
yeah, I'm trying to share.
you silly. It's been a long day. You gotta get up earlier to fool me. 4:30. Yeah, well, when are you in the office? Let's get back to business. Okay, we're waiting on plans. Oh, they're on the screen behind us.
I think I'm sharing.
Okay, so Sam, why don't you tell us what you've got?
So this is the existing main house at 7 Pond View Drive, that was recently constructed in 2018. And the proposed garage studio, matches natural trim, black sash, 4/4 windows. Same roof pitch and wraparound porch detail. Trying to. So just a small perspective of the proposed structure. And I can show the site plan where it's located. So the existing main house is here, and the proposed new garage studio is kind of positioned around their driveway court. So we're proposing 2 new parking spots adjacent to the structure.
Okay, go on to the elevation, Sam.
Okay.
And what does your cursor turn into when it's doing this?
Oh, a hand.
I thought it was a Dalmatian on the roof. In the pictures.
Next time I'll have it be something fun.
We appreciate that, especially this hour. Are there any concerns on what's shown?
Just, it seems like there's too many posts.
Yeah, a porch in the front of the garage. Yeah.
Could we have a microphone?
Oh. Sorry, Diane. I just said I think there's a lot of posts.
Okay, any other concerns? Diane, any concerns?
What's the height?
22 feet.
Perfect.
Okay. Go ahead.
Can I ask a question? Do you need that porch roof in front of the garage doors? Could you just simply keep a small porch to the side where the pedestrian door is? 'Cause the porch doesn't wrap around to the right side and become a porch, so it's kind of like, it's
Yeah, it does.
sort of superfluous.
It does.
Superfluous.
Super.
Oh, it does wrap around. I couldn't see it. It does.
No, I know that we need a new camera.
There's no door out to it. I don't understand the use of it.
Sam, can you address the use of the porch?
For like bike storage and firewood storage on that longer side.
And can you address visibility from the street?
There's 0 visibility from
Okay.
the street.
Not to discount your opinion, but it's just not visible.
I guess it just seems weird if anyone
Yeah.
drinking and driving and.
Drinking and driving, don't drive into the
They're going
garage.
fast.
So, with that, where are we? I know Carrie's not gonna make the motion, but I think she'll vote on it.
It's all natural to weather, right?
All natural to weather.
Yeah. I'm okay with it, even if
Okay.
it has a lot of posts.
Okay. Is that a motion?
I would make that a motion to approve as submitted.
Excellent. On your motion,
Aye.
Diane? Connie,
Hi.
Carrie?
Aye, aye, aye,
Diane's
aye.
an aye. Okay, Diane, thank you. And I'm an aye. So that carries unanimously.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for sticking
it
around.
out one more.
All right. Okay, that's it for us. Do we have a John McLaughlin motion?
Thank you. Motion to adjourn.
Diane, on Diane's motion, Diane.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Connie. Carrie and Stephen. So that concludes our fun for the evening. I want to thank everyone